斯。
好，选择打单路。
这波重来。
是的。但这个治疗豆好像没有跳出来，把双龙先给解了。这是一个好消息。哎，现在的话野猪瞬间下了。
手机塔被卡住了，刚刚。
然后那有机会。
是啊，有非常有机会。雪球。
但现在过盘应该是可以直接把斩杀了，对的。
哦，恭喜一下 CIS， 恭喜！
乔夫气球打一波，但这波有骨球，对，但这波没什么太大威胁，这波进攻的，哎，但火球有点歪，没有砸到这个双龙，然后补了一个冰冻，
火球那这波要砸2下嘛？砸2下，这个绝对打2下。恭喜一下 Red 和 Rick Jones 的 Pronos 的组合是拿下了第1小局。其实就 Blizzard 这边他很难打出伤害。
哎，但是这个牢笼叫的有点，这牢笼难道就是故意？
是，还好有一个滚筒。
左边他选择不接了。
那这样的话，费用上就会很亏啊。
但是现在这个积攒的费用，哇，这个头帽手加着火枪手直接把这个青龙又点死了，然后骨球已经进塔了，只能用毒药选择防守。现在2个迫击炮架起来了，这波感觉已经守不住了。
守不住了，守不住了。
果然是火枪手，
是的，这个左边还有一炮。
是的，火枪手加这个其实还是不太够解这个小费。
恭喜一下 Blizzard， 自己的迫击炮小费是拿下这场比赛。
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
This is the best Halloween ever! Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Yes! Oh!
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Moja, saduja, alinka, alinka, moja. Clash Royale.
He does have the lightning, which is going to help get that damage down on the tower.
And it's going to help him remove that hunter. So placing that fisherman away from the tower, because the lightning can't get everything.
The one issue he has there is that that pull ended up pulling the Goblin Giant away from anything on the tower. It doesn't look like it will. I think that's going to be it. D-King Fireball right into the tower, and Sado falls again. Interesting way to break your cycle for Expo Master, going a little bit too aggressive, and that might come back to bite him, as this tornado is good. The back is getting hit by a couple of skeletons. 635, 612.
Back in this game, less than 100 apart. Hog going to the cage. Another poison comes down.
It was going also right for Expo Master. He decides to change his cycle ever so slightly, and that might actually cost him this game. We're gonna have to see. There is the graveyard.
25 seconds, units crossing, and the Hogs on a race. They want to finish the game right now, and Yomitsu!
Send a solo mini P.E.K.K.A down that right-hand side, gets a big connection when there's only 25 seconds remaining. Could that be the difference between these two players? Another Rage of Sparky getting close. Another Sparky loaded up. EQ is down.
Oh, the mini P.E.K.K.A slowed down.
Oh, he got a hit. 1-2-2.
The spell damage down and light. He's on a race, but it's too slow. Raged up, but Hog Rider goes in first. EQ damage from CRS.
Down. The Skeleton Dragons are down. Balloon is pulled into that, but the Balloon doesn't get hit by that big fireball. And now Rage, there's the freeze. I think the Balloon was healed as well. That's going to complete that tower. That tower is gone. Built up around that tower, 1139. There's just too many answers from Nuri against what Blizzard has. The only thing I can really see getting massive connections. Yeah, Blizzard, okay, they fixed it. The only thing I can see is the mortars getting big hits like this. One skeleton again getting another hit. Now there's two mortars on the tower. And suddenly, just like that, the mortars coming in absolute clutch. It is raining destruction.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
전부 다 잡아. 이제 대저 유파마.
恭喜一下 Nova。
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들어라. 네, 마무리됐습니다.
Still the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
この回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。
Be careful, but still cannon.
That tower was down so quickly.
再加一个滚末，斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 grand finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova Esports.
타이든간의 경기는 오히려 탈론이었다.
TTG.
コースとなりました。
Hits against Game W.
優勝はハブゲーミング。
グラルアリーウイストこの最終長寿祭ファイシーズン頑張りますフォーシーズンウイスト頑張ります
ファイティング。
And welcome everyone to CRL East Fall Season. My name is Simon. With me, as always, G-Clef.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. Clan Wars 2 is coming up very soon. Getting very excited for that big update.
Tomorrow-ish, I guess?
And September update very soon. I don't know what that's going to be like, but hopefully it changes up the meta because right now it's everywhere.
I like
everything's coming out.
The diversity of decks that we've seen has been pretty good. However, there are some standout decks that just wipe the floor with pretty much everything else. We've seen a ton of Graveyard, a ton of RG.
Yes.
And that's it.
And some more wall breakers coming
wall
up.
Breakers?
With the rise of, not like a rise, but like a slight step up with the minor.
Well, that's what it is diverse, but there is a lot of Graveyard. There is a lot of RG, and those two decks in particular do a lot of W's, man. They win a lot.
Yes, especially for 1v1. But for 2v2, we're seeing some cool strategies prepare from few teams, especially like Talon, the anti-balloon strategy, their own Graveyard balloon together as a 2v2 pair.
Team timing with their magical clone mirror deck.
Yes, and yes.
What? You make it sound like that's not an amazing deck, G-Clef. It's just fun to watch.
It's fun to play too, and I can't believe I'm saying this again. Go ahead and find a friend and try it, guys. It's actually really fun. It's really, really fun. It's tower down within a second.
Assuming they don't have anything that can kill it.
Assuming that you draw out few spells at least before that, like a log, snowball, and then you suddenly just clone, mirror, clone. Boom.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Okay, talking about the games, because we do have to talk about that. We can't just talk about Clash Royale in general. Yesterday, we saw Mugi essentially ascend everything that we have known before.
He's out of this world level. A lot of people are saying he might not be a human.
I don't think he is, man. I think he's sent from outer space to just destroy us all. Anyway, take a look at the standings. Nova and Ponos 3-1, team timing 3-2, then 2-1 for TTG, then Talon, Fav, Kix, WEDGM prop up the rest of the table. But Fav and Kix going head-to-head first today. Then it's going to be Nova versus Ponos. That promises to be a hell of a matchup. And to finish up, it will be Talon versus TTG. G-Clef, yesterday, when Mugi did get that all kill, we were saying basically, you know, we can't remember anyone who's done that before. And someone pointed out on YouTube, so thank you very much for the comment. D-King did it 2018. He got 3 in a row, 3 King of the Hills in a row.
CRL China.
In CRL
Back
China.
in the days.
This is, that's impressive. Can Mugi do it today against possibly D-King?
Possibly D-King, possibly AUK, possibly LCOP.
It's a challenge. If he does it today, I will hands down say this is the greatest player who has ever graced CRL East, CRL Asia, CRL China, and definitely
tonight
CRL Universe.
It's going to be a good night. Any kind of I was thinking about the active roster, especially for Protoss and also Nova. Whatever it is that we're gonna have for today for King of the Hill or 1v1, 2v2, it's gonna be a hell of a matchup. That's going to be an insane match in the middle. And also to begin with, Fav and Kicks, like they need to get up there. What are they doing at the bottom few?
Yeah, this is last season's first place versus last season's third place, who are currently sitting 6th and 7th in the table, 1 and 2 each. Fav have looked the better team than Kicks. Kicks have looked okay, but Fav have looked pretty good. I would say the one thing that Fav doesn't have this season is Jack in form. I feel like Jack just hasn't hit the same strides that we know he can. Don't get me wrong, he's still a great player. He's still performing pretty well, but it's not the level we come to expect from Jack.
Do you think, so there's another question, do you think Jack is not playing as well compared to before, or is it everyone else just catching up to his level?
I don't know, because Jack has always been one of those players who hits an insane hot streak and then goes cold. Because I remember the first season I think he was in, he went like 6-0 and finished 6-6.
He did not know how to lose. And he was winning at least 1 or 2 games to finish King of the Hill for the team, and also 1v1 games.
But then he had that kind of slowdown some point in that season. I remember that breakout season, he kind of slowed down and went from like a 78% win rate to a 54% win rate.
Close to 50%.
And he is going to be here in the 2v2. I believe that's Jack and Katashian. I wasn't looking at the screen at the time. Yeah, it is. So Jack and Katashian in 2v2. The last time these two played together, they did manage to beat Nuomitsu, and Hui. So that's pretty good. And it's going to be Ice Law for Kicks. What, is he going to control 2 devices at the same time? That'd be impressive.
Only if you can handle 2v2 on your own, but it doesn't work like that. It's not, it's not that simple.
In there? Okay, Lumberjack banned from Kick. So we have seen Ice Law and Light together a few times. Oh, it is Ice Law and Light. Okay, so together, they haven't had the greatest of success. They're currently 0-2, 2-4 in terms of game score. They lost 1-2 to WEDGM, and they lost 1-2 to Talon. So not the greatest of results for them.
Yeah, Kicks' other duo, Benzer and JTB, they work a little better, I think, in terms of teamwork. But I think it's really time for Ice Law Light to actually really show what they're made up of, because this duo has really got to show up. Ice Law was not able to play that many 1v1s either. So they gotta really work with the roster. I think they're still having a hard time.
Yeah, you say that Benzer and Jay had a run, but they did their one game together this season. They did run into AUK and D-King, which is a scary 2v2 combo. But I tell you what's not scary. This match right here. It's gonna be Fav Katashian and Fav Jack versus Kicks Ice Law and Kicks Light. So we're going to have to see how this goes. Miner straight out the back, getting a couple scratches on that tower for Kicks.
Yeah, not a bad start. Just healing it up for a couple more scratch onto the tower. For E-Drag to follow up, and of course we're expecting a lot more balloons, but before, as I speak, we have the Mega Knight.
Fisherman is there. Didn't catch the Mega Knight during the jump, which is a bit unfortunate.
That jump.
The Mega Knight just decides to play hopscotch on his own.
And the recruits in the back. Nice to cancel all that damage. No damage taken at all from kicks.
Yeah, and it always looks scary when those recruits are barreling down the lane. You're like 5-6 units coming down, and then it just gets eviscerated.
Yeah, it also depends on how you focus. Oftentimes you just 3-3 split with 6 men, and then you just do 4-2 instead, and then you can focus on one side a little further. And you really have to catch. If you miss that timing, yeah, one side might be gone in the next few seconds.
Is it going to be Hog Rider for?
You think it's Hog? I think it might be Ram.
Ram would be a good shout, and they're holding onto it because they're expecting the balloon from Fav, but it is their own Ram Rider. For Fav Gaming, it's going to end up running into a decent amount of bodies and then charging into the Inferno. Is it even going to get a hit? Nope.
Yep, slowed down so much from that E-Wiz.
And also getting stuck between the E-Wiz and everything else in that little cluster. It just can't push through anything.
Yes, double elixir time now, but till this moment, minimum damage. Less than 500 down to the bottom left. Now Bob, their second Ram Rider with the Mega Knight. Second push is incoming, and it is Ram Rider similar type without the Mega Knight for kicks.
Well, we know one of them is still holding on. I believe that's Light still holding on to a couple of cards, but that Ram Rider, ooh, I thought that was going to get connection. The second Ram Rider does come in from Light down the opposite side. Mega Knight comes in. Is it going to get a connection? It does. 1104 on that tower. Kitashin and Jack are in quite a bit of trouble here.
And they're opening up a lot because of the recruits. Doing a lot of work against the Ram Rider and the Mega Knight, actually. Yeah, Kick's having an easier time defending against the charges, and Bob is actually the other way. Cage is not enough when you're trying to defend left and the right. Mega Knight does come with the knockback, but still the damage is connecting.
And that big heal spirit on Kix' side, healing that Ram Rider back up, and even more damage is getting through. Both these towers sub 1000 G-Clef. I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to stand. Fav really do need something special like that. They get a massive connection. Is the Baby Dragon going to get a splash on? No, it's not. 8-3-8, and just like that, Fav have come back into this one.
They did have a massive comeback, but still, left and the right, still lots of win conditions for Kicks. Which way is it going to be? Fav decides to work with the left because they have to defend the left and attack at the same time. Okay, it is the right side with the Miner and the Ram from Kicks coming down. There's a knockback, but the Miner's already doing work. Log to push everything back, but is it going to be enough? Still somewhat of damage put in, about 300 or 400.
Yeah, you're going to expect Kicks to start going down that right-hand side constantly because they don't want to face a counterattack in their weaker side. But Mega Knight gets a jump onto that tower. 1 hit, 2 hit. It's just going to keep going. 1-6-4-6. So even though they're trying to force like Fav down that right-hand side, they're in a little bit of trouble as well. Like if the big counter push comes in. Oh wait, that Miner snowballed out of the way. 44. Whew.
Spelling it down with the final few damage because we weren't. It was about the timing. We see another Ram Rider coming down from Kicks, but it was already down to less than 500, about 500. So just spelling it down when they have their EQ, I think that also helped them a lot. Just putting 200, about 200 damage every single time into the tower.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the choices that Kicks had made. The Royal Recruits over something like the Mega Knights was a very interesting choice, and it really helped them defend almost flawlessly because that clump of units just makes it so the Ram Rider can never really find a way through, and if it does, it still has to face against 4 or 5 spears. It's a rough matchup to go against the Royal Recruits.
Yes, Fav, they had their own fishermen, but against this many recruits, it's really hard to pinpoint on Ram Rider and hook the Ram Rider away. And also the Miner combination was really good, but instead, Fav's Miner never really got its point unless the lightning came down at the same time. This was a really good push, but until this point, they had no real big successful attack. And it was also a little bit harder to connect the charges because of that E-Wiz. I think that E-Wiz from Kicks served a very good role in this matchup.
Yeah, it's almost like they knew exactly what it was. And I mean, I like the idea of trying to save that tower with the snowball and the log, like pushing that miner in a way that you can get it on that tower away from your princess tower. It was a little too late. It came in at the last like 200. They had to try and save it, but with the spells coming in from Kicks, with the EQ, just no chance.
Yeah, just spelling it down for a couple more hundred. And Ramrider, it's... You gotta wait for the charge, and if you get the charge damage, that's okay. And with the Mega Knight, you can get the knockback, you can delay it for some time, but you're not really entirely stopping it. The damage is there, but still it will just go to the side and then still charge into the tower. Just Mega Knight does some damage, but not enough like a P.E.K.K.A. instead. So, and oftentimes when you're playing Mega Knight, you're just waiting for that elixir, and then sometimes you just do not have the exact amount when you need it. I think that timing did come oftentimes for Fob, but not exactly all the time.
Yeah, very true. We're soon going to be getting into Game 2 though, G-Clef. Do you think we're going to see a balloon without the Lumberjack, or do you think it's going to be barrel bait, like double barrel bait, or something along those lines? What are you expecting in Game 2? What changes are going to be made?
Because that we just saw Ram, and what a lot of teams can do with the Ram meta, especially from yesterday's game from Talon, what they could do against all the balloons. I think we're going to see a lot less balloons the entire day just because of that, unless we have some special bans.
So you think we're going to see a lot more Ram Rider today?
Not just the Ram Rider, not just the double Ram Rider, but more of a combination with, you can pair it up with more Giant Skeleton, or you can also clone that, or have more bait-ish. So staying out from the air and then going in directly with the ground, I think that's the key here. And when the Ram Riders came, there were a lot more prints and dark prints coming into the field.
Back in the day.
Back in the days. Those were like how the meta shifted in 2v2. So wondering if that's going to come in anytime soon either.
Wasn't that back when Double Prince Giant was in the meta in 1v1 as well? Like, I believe that was around the same time when people were trying to use the Double Prince Giant in 2v2.
Double Prince Giant in 1v1, it was out there, but like not super common. But of course, compared to what we have now, it was a lot more used back then.
Well, I mean, 0% usage rate this season compared to 1% usage rate is considerably different. But we're looking like this is about to start between Fav Gaming's Jack and Katashian and Kicks teams is Icelaw and Light. Let's get into this one. Do you think it's going to be a crazy start, G-Clev, or do you think it's going to be a bit of a slow start between these two?
Let's see. I'm wondering if any of the teams are actually going to go super heavy and beatdown-ish in 2v2.
I think those days are long gone, G-Clev.
Oh, baits. Skeleton Barrel. For now, are we going to have more Goblin Barrels too? Or even some more...
Mirror Clone shenanigans?
Or... yes, that... that also. And potentially more, like, offensive buildings. That we're seeing from a lot, from 1v1.
Yeah, Mortar making its way back. I don't know if that's going to translate to 2v2. It's not exactly the greatest of 2v2
but
cards.
we've had Expo games, we've had Mortar games in 2v2.
You say games plural.
Yes.
I think you mean games singular.
Games over the years of CRL.
Back when there were only 12 cards to choose from. Okay, so both teams just kind of feeling each other out. Still could be anything. Oh, there we go. There it is. So it is going to be the Ram Rider again from Fav. No death damage on that skeleton barrel, but a couple of hits from the skeletons make up a little bit of that lack of damage there.
You see the Goblin Barrel, so I'm thinking it's more baitish without the clone, but you never know because they're both holding 2 cards. Okay, Giant Skeleton.
I don't think it's going to be the clone mirror shenanigans today. Okay, Fisherman pulling Fisherman is always treat to see. Giant Skeleton there to eat the damage. Fisherman pulls it across. And that's a very healthy Giant Skeleton crossing the bridge right now.
And just log it away, easy.
Skeleton Dragons in the back, gonna help try and take out that Mega Knight. Oh, that's a really smart block there with that Skeleton barrel. Oh my goodness, blocking the baby dragon so that it doesn't get any hits off onto the Skeleton Dragons. That's a real nice move.
Yeah, got the splash initially, but after a while, it did take the baby dragon out at the same time, so not too bad for Fob. But they're still taking minimum damage, some from the spell, some from few skeletons. And when we go into double elixir time and more, it's going to be very tough. And Fob, they're also holding a few more cards.
Yeah, but Fav are really struggling to take these giant skeletons off the board with the Mega Knights. And that's going to be a big hit on skeletons. Oof, Mega Knight coming in, but there's another barrel on the top. That's another set of death damage. Another couple of hits from the skeletons. Can Kicks hold this? The answer is yes, because Giant Skeleton is just good. There's good lightning, though, taking out that Inferno Tower.
Yes, but the Giant Skeleton locking everything in its path and the damage.
And no lock this time from Fav. Good couple of hits there. 795 remaining on that tower. Poison coming down from Kicks. They're looking to close this one out as soon as possible.
They also have to drop the cage for that skeleton barrel, and this might be the final push. We're taking down some few spell damage. As 611 remains on the bottom. Inferno does not get the Ram Rider down in time. It just does. Nothing else really connects to the tower, though. That's the big point.
Yeah, but that's Snowball to slow everything down, just making sure that more stuff can get taken off the board. No log again. Snowball comes in. 611 with that log. 539 remaining.
The miner doing some work, but it's not even connecting. Just taking out the musketeer. Bats are already on that miner, and the giant skeleton still. The one good defensive tool for Kicks working up perfectly. The barrel, musketeer, and the log. You can see that Bob, they are in a hurry.
Yeah, Fav were trying to get that log there to connect with the skeletons popping out, but unfortunately they just couldn't find that timing correctly. 283, another set of barrels coming down. Snowball is there. That's more damage, and that is it. Ice Lauren, Light. Where did they come from? That's the best 2v2 I think I've seen from that pairing so far. They looked incredibly strong with that bait.
Yeah, double barrel and lots of and it's really easy to actually run into the same timing, and then like one log takes care of all the goblins plus the skeletons, and then you end up wasting your elixir. But that we couldn't really find that timing too much. Like Bob, they always had to snowball one, log one, and then Mega Knight. Dropping that on the tower was actually dangerous. Then the giant skeleton would come close to the tower. So Bob Gaming, they just lacked all the tools that they had some tools, but they were lacking in numbers, because of course that's what the bait decks are all about.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching just how Kicks kind of pulled Fav apart in this game. The giant skeletons at the bridge, always a great defensive tool. We know that they didn't really have much that could deal with it and survive after the push, because a Mega Knight versus giant skeleton, sure, the giant skeleton's gonna, it's gonna fall, but it still takes a lot of damage. You have the Inferno Tower in the back to help as well. You have a lot more distraction tools. And the giant skeleton there, again, at the bridge, just holding it off.
Yeah.
I believe this is the one where something else is there. Yeah, the
miner,
skeleton.
Yeah, the miner was all the way on top, was blocked by the skeletons, and Bob wanted to push it through, and they also spent the lightning because of that. But nothing else really got the damage.
Yeah, there was that one skeleton there that the Mega Knight was trying to jump on. That held everything in place so that the bomb completely wiped it out. One hero, Larry, was sacrificed for the greater good of Kicks. What a 2v2. That was real clean.
It's hard, and there's a pro tip out there, and if you practice enough, even if you practice enough, it's really hard to get it perfect. When the Goblin Barrel comes, when the shadow of the Goblin Barrel's at the river, at that timing, if you drop the Mega Knight on your tower, then you don't even see the split. All the goblins are gone with the spawn damage. But it's really hard to get that timing perfectly all the time.
And also on my network, that will never work. The input delay is always a factor. Okay, 2v2 is done. Is that actually true? Is it that exact timing when the shadow is over the river?
Yeah, when the shadow is just over the river, if you just let go of your finger at that perfect time. I practiced a few times, but it was really hard.
I never got it done because I always thought it was when the shadow touches it, like the first moment it touches, then you drop the Mega Knight, and I always wondered why it was too early.
If you drop it late, you get the 2 out of the 3, but you still take the staff from the one in the back, usually. But if you have it perfect when they're spreading apart, then you get all 3 in one squash.
All right, enough of tips from G-Clef.
No, I learned it from someone else. I can't do it.
We're getting into the King of the Hill player standings. Look at Mugi, 8-2. Those 2 losses were early on. He's currently 6-0, but he's not playing this time. None of the teams playing today are in that top set. But Hajime 66.7, 4-2. Expo Master the same, but 2-1. Jack 50%. And on the other side, it's not looking good for Kicks. 50%, 0-0. I don't think they've managed to close out King of the Hill. The only time they did it was against WEDGM, where Yuya took out Wanger and Higher, and then Light took out Solomon. So that's the only time they've managed to win a King of the Hill. It's going to be Hajime out first.
And both of the teams sort of struggling, not just in King of the Hill, and also in 1v1. And so far, 2v2 going for Kicks 2-0. That's a great start for them, but Fab, their strength, which we thought oftentimes realize in this new King of the Hill roster. Hajime, Expo Master, and Jack. And a lot of the teams really go through this King of the Hill, the trio from Fab Gaming. I think it's going to be hard, but Kick's team, they also have their strength in the same way.
Yeah, it tends to be like Yuya. They have Yuya, Benzer, Light, Ice Law, essentially for their King of the Hill on Kicks. But Fab Gaming, they don't really have that option, right? It's nearly always going to be Hajime, Jack, Expo Master. That predictability might be the reason why we're not seeing Fab do as well this season, because you know who you have to prepare against. You can kind of
That's a good point.
Guess the order. The order does change, but it's usually Hajime first, and then Jack and Expo Master will swap.
Yeah, Hajime playing a lot of Graveyard recently, and also the Motor Barrel, Motor Baked. We see oftentimes with the Goblin Gang, Spirit Goblin, Musketeer.
It's going to be Hog Rider from Yuya. This is the first time we've seen a Hog Rider from Yuya this season. Previously, he has played Loon, Mortar, Lava Hound, so he's played quite a few things.
Including Royal Hogs. Hog Rider decks are really gaining popularity. And actually with a pretty good win rate too.
Yeah, the old EQ Hog Rider has definitely become the fashion.
Yeah, depends on the matchup. If you run into the 3.5 Ice Graveyard, then good luck with that. But if you are not against a Tornado, you're actually not that bad of a matchup in the game.
Hog Rider comes in. There's the Fisherman to try and stop it. As it hasn't taken any extra damage, it will get that activation. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Yuya, but I don't think it's going to make it impossible. The RG is down with the bomb tower behind it, trying to clean up. Skeleton's there. Fireball comes in. The Musketeer is still on the board and will take care of business.
Yes. Skeleton's just laying the Fisherman. That's extra tool that we don't really pinpoint and see too many times. But Yuya just trying to delay it with just one more elixir as now the King Tower is activated. Okay. Do I just EQ this down?
From 2,000 hit points, that's 10 EQs. That's rough.
10 EQs, but the cycle's pretty quick, man. I mean, you just have to get it down.
10 EQs is a lot of EQs in a match, though. Okay, Knight coming in on the right-hand side. There is an EQ. Just 9 more to go, G-Clef.
Yeah, 2 point down. Let's go pretty quickly, but there's the bomb tower again. RG already half health, so not too bad, but Hajime is trying to get things ready with the snowball knockback. No damage again from that RG either.
That Musketeer is still going. It has a slither of hit points, but Yuya's done a good job of keeping it alive until a bar barrel to its face. That's basically maximum value you can get from a Musketeer right there.
One of the Skeleton Dragon locks, 2 shots into it, and the bomb tower is still getting that RG. Is still pretty healthy.
Yeah, Yuya didn't get the push back on that. It actually pushed the RG forwards, so he did end up taking a couple of hits, and his hit points on that tower now 887.
Hajime was patient. He waited for that Hog Rider and gathered this troop along with that Hunter and the RG together, where Yuya spent a lot right before. Here comes another RG attack right into the bomb tower.
There we go. Does push back. The Heal Spirit comes in, but the RG doesn't get a shot, but another clutch fireball. And with that Fisherman, now you have a Skeleton Dragon bearing down on your tower, and the Fisherman actually gets the hook in there. 2-3-5. It's going to be rough for Yuya from this position. He has to make this hog work. The log comes in, but the Hunter is right in his face. 6:02 remaining. These Skeleton Dragons have the power to finish it off. Fireball 63. It's going to be close. Oh, if it targeted the other one, it might have got the splash damage off. The Hog Rider comes in. Snowball is there. 482. It's open up a path.
DQ, that's a shot! So 1 tip. Oh, that was close. But the RG gets a cycle back to the fireball. Yuya had his shot. Shot was fired, but the travel time.
It was so... It had no right being that close.
With the EQ, it only had 1 tick in, right? With 2 more tick, I think
2 ticks.
it had 2 ticks, so not enough. Not enough, but that was close, as the Fisherman was just going for the skeletons, not the hog.
That felt like it was Hajime for 99% of the game. Then Yuya was just like, well, I've got to go. Like, I'm on a clock. And then just everything opened up for him perfectly. It just wasn't enough. It was too little, too late. And it closed it up. That Hunter thought about going for that tower, but yeah, just not in time. Here, that push forward. If that had pushed back, I think it would have got 1 shot.
Yes, because of the log change, it's really hard to get the perfect knock back and the damage into the tower, because you always want to have the log damage put into the tower.
Yeah, this Fisherman here is just like, no, I'm just going to completely ignore everything. 2 hits, 3 hits. And that's where Yuya was like, okay, my clock has begun.
That's a slow.
1, 2. Yeah, it just wasn't enough.
Even with the last tick,
it wouldn't have gone down.
Yeah, just not enough damage from the EQ. But another Hog Rider hit could have done it. I mean, and there were a few units like the Skeleton Dragon just slipping in directly to Yuya's tower. If those were stopped by the bomb tower or the Knight's placement, which I don't think there were like I'm not like trying to pinpoint like a positioning mistake from Yuya.
It feels like trying to nitpick when you have no right nitpicking. I know what you're trying to say. Like, it was these small things, but they're not really errors.
It's really hard because the cycle becomes way too quick for both players. And he's also trying to look for a edge, sharp timing, so that the Hog Rider can go in when the King Tower is already activated. So you gotta really have the perfect log to go with that Hog Rider, so you can sort of get some more damage with the knockback. So the Fisherman doesn't pull the hog, so you gotta have the Skeletons, log, and the Hog Rider after all that defense.
Well, it's not just that. He's looking for that razor-thin margin so that he can get an extra elixir or 2 over his opponent, so he can unleash that Hog Rider. Like, when you play a game on the razor's edge, sometimes you cut it a little bit too thin. It is going to be Benzer in the second spot. I'll talk about that a bit more. So basically, if you try to play the perfect game, you try to find every centimeters, every 0.1 elixir over your opponent, you either completely dominate them or you slip and fall, let something through. And that's kind of what happened to Yuya there. He was trying to make the most of his elixir, but unfortunately didn't quite work out every time.
Yeah, Hajime took the win with that RG, and there was some good heal spirit to keep that RG alive for a few extra shots. Now Benzer, Fidel is up for Kick's team. Let's see what he brings to the field. I know we are in the world of motorcycle. Is it time for Benzer to come back?
The deck that Benzer essentially made his own. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna feel robbed, because I feel like this is the time for him to come back and play Mortar.
Motor control, motor bait.
Basically everything.
I was expecting a lot more to be played yesterday. Did not end up actually seeing that. Except for Sado's Graveyard Motor.
Which we could see from Benzer. It's not against the realm of possibilities, but he hasn't really played Mortar in CRL for quite some time. The last game he did play in King of the Hill, I believe, versus CRS, was the Royal Hogs with the Barb Hut.
And Hajime comes back with his own Hog Rider, with the Goblins instead of Skeletons, I believe. 3.0. And Benzer looks graveyard for now with the poison. I think we're going very likely with the Graveyard.
Yeah, but it's still... Graveyard is probably the highest probability. Let's put it that way. That core of like Knight, Musketeer, Skeletons, it could be a lot of decks. The Baby Dragon kind of does confirm now, finally, that it 99% is gonna be Graveyard.
Well, we always look for that 1%, you know, just in case. Yeah, but Benzer's got to defend well enough before that double elixir time, and it seems like he's going to be able to.
Hog Rider was so close to getting that hit. The Brawler does cross the bridge. He's going to run into a couple of Goblins. He'll clean that up, then fall to his wounds for the Princess Tower.
Yeah, not too bad at all. As he's just waiting for that time. Got about 700 damage and the plus EQ. As Hajime already knows that, okay, I've got to start chunking now, or else I might be losing in the late game.
That Graveyard looks to be ever so slightly early. Nothing across the bridge in time to tank, but the Barb is there. The Baby Dragon trying to do what it can to take out that bomb tower, and it's going to get some good damage in on this tower on its own. Forget the Graveyard, the Baby Dragon there got most of that damage in.
And with the EQ, even the Hulk gets a big swing into that top left. So Hajime finds a good amount of damage too, so not too bad for either players. Benzer still has a big win condition to come back.
Yeah, we've seen Graveyard time and time again just flick a switch and take a game. Hajime has to continue cycling these EQs in like he's doing right now. Good poison Graveyard from Benzer. Nothing across the bridge, but the Baby Dragon is there. The Knight's gonna fall.
It wasn't perfectly timed with the Baby Dragon, but that's the same reason why Hajime wasn't entirely ready for that attack. Now Benzer, can he defend this perfectly without taking a hog hit?
That cage positioning so that it doesn't take any damage from the EQ was good, but 278, this has to work for Benzer. The clock is ticking. EQ Snowball will not be enough,
but
it's going to be close.
Log is going to finish it too, so Hajime going for that potential final push. Benzer, can he get this? The cage is destroyed with the extra EQ damage and with the speed. Hajime takes second game off of Kick's King of the Hill. Yuya after Yuya, it is Benzer going down again.
Yeah, Benzer's just not having a particularly good run of form this season. And that's gonna hurt. That's the second time he's gone down, and King of the Hill is 0-2 right now. 0-3 if we include 2v2, so Benzer's struggling a little bit with his form right now, but Hajime just controlled that near perfect. And I think this is Hajime's chance to get a second King of the Hill, King of the Hill sweep this season. He did it against WEDGM, and he could do it now against Kicks.
Yeah, that snowball. Bring the baby dragon in, but still without the poison, the goblins, yeah, they're pretty quick. They can do their work.
And that baby dragon got another 400 damage in, which is good. Unfortunately, the Hog Riders just kept getting through. Benza couldn't lock them down quick enough. And Hajime knew. He was like, okay, my cycle has to begin because I have to try and defend this perfectly time and time again. I just need to get damage in on the board, start chipping down, and this game will be mine. And that's exactly what he did, and it worked perfectly.
Hajime also tried to have the knight right next to the Hog, so the Hog sometimes just goes straight into the tower, but was pulled, but still doesn't matter. The EQ destroying the cage occasionally, and Hajime just pushing through, connecting most of the time a single hit from a Hog. That's good enough to finish a game in 3 minutes.
It's just how it is. Yeah, it's rough. Kicks, who are they going to send out to stop Hajime?
Ice Law? I think Ice Law's a good, great player in 1v1.
We haven't really seen...
have some reverse sweep.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of Ice Law this season in that 1v1 position. He played once against Talon in King of the Hill where he lost to Geralt. It's mostly been Yuya and Light in King of the Hill. And then JTV, Benzer, and Ice Law have 2 games between the 3 of them. So it's an interesting strategy right now. I guess Kicks are trying to get these new younger players like comfortable with this situation, but that time has got to be coming short, right? They've got to start putting their best foot forward.
It's already the end of week 3. Of course, we do go until like week 9, and there's another extra day in week 9. Still in round 1 of round robin, but everything stacks. Already the top 3 from the last season are still at the bottom 3 on the standing chart. And Kicks, same for FOD. They got to start rising, and I think testing period is almost over. Already, if you're in week 3, week 4, you just got to go down to the list and say, this is our best. This is our best against the specific team. I think you have to really nail it down by now.
Yeah, you kind of do have to nail down, especially your 2v2 pairing. And maybe your King of the Hill. It is light in that last position. Okay. So it has been Yuya going down to Hajime. Benzer going down to Hajime. How is Light going to fare in this one, G-Clef? You gotta hope that he does take it. He has played the minor wall breakers. He has played the Goblin Giant Sparky.
I liked his own Hog Rider deck too. It was with the Inferno instead of the Bomb Tower. So those work pretty well. Royal Hogs are still okay with the MK. 3.8 with the Fisherman and sometimes with the Bandit. Let's see which version Light is going to play, or what kind of deck. High Spirit, just Goblin Barrel or Expo?
No.
It is possible.
It is
Hajime does like to run a lot of Expo.
There it is. The Expo is down. And we do see
the motor bait, I think, from Light. So actually not crazy bad for Light, but still the position.
What a connection.
Yeah, the position and the starting end from Hajime was actually really good.
700 damage on your first Expo of the game. That's a start that will put a smile on Hajime's face as he looks to finish an all-kill against Kicks. What can Light really do? He doesn't have many big bodies right now.
Is it with the okay, archers instead of musketeers? 3.0. Still, the Tesla is going to remove a lot of those goblins.
If the last card is Tesla, assume it is.
The motor tanks a good amount of shots, but it depends. Sometimes you can win the cycle.
Goblin Gang again thrown down.
Good
Logs
log.
coming in to try and take them off the board, and another connection. 400-ish damage there.
Loving the meta. Everything's out there.
What do you think about switching lanes there? Because with an Expo, you kind of nearly always see people put pressure down the one side. You never really see people Expo left and right unless they're going defensive Expo like we see here.
Yeah, I think this was what Hajime was sort of expecting. Maybe Light to go aggressive on the left instead. And it just sort of miscrossed. So the Knight taking the shot from the motor, it's not going to be enough to take it down. But still with the cycle, cycle's so quick for Hajime too.
Yeah, this cycle
Skeletons, archers, Ice Spirit, the motors. If you connect the shot with the motor, it's going to be amazing.
Okay, another skeleton barrel coming in. That's going to help clean up that Expo in that defensive position. And there is the mortar. The mortar will probably connect onto the Knight first. Tesla is there, and that's just going to chip away, making life even harder for Light in this matchup. This is a really difficult matchup for what Light has right now. How is he going to find the damage?
Yeah, later this game goes. And if Light gets some good value with the log, like getting the damage of Expo, Archers, Knight, and maybe a few more, like deleting the Ice Spirit, then there will be a chance. Hajime, this Tesla combination, here we go. This is the scary part. Good fireball though.
Yeah, the Expo and I think the mortar are just going to trade here pretty much. So another skeleton barrel coming in from Light. Is this one going to make the tower? No, the Tesla is there. If that Tesla was hidden, that shot probably would have connected into the tower. That's probably what Light was looking for. Lug comes in to try and clean up. There is an Ice Spirit and another Knight plate. Skeleton barrel going down the left. He's going to go into a Tesla again.
And now the pressure totally in Light's favor, having the left and the right together. Hajime has no room to actually put that Expo down until he gets some massive damage with the Tesla.
Once we get into that triple elixir period, though, I think the balance kind of swings a little bit more towards Light if he can keep cycling through and getting these mortars down, getting these skeleton barrels in. The log, Light has to start chipping spell damage in, right?
Yeah, both of the players, but we might just have about this HP by the end of the game because they're just cycling through so quickly left and right. They're trying to connect any sort of damage.
This might be good. A couple of skeletons getting in a couple of hits there. 1873 and a fireball coming in. 1701. Not enough to give Light the advantage right now, but it is getting close. Double Expos down for Hajime with that Tesla. That is a scary wall.
And with the Expo, if anything stops being on that ground, Light is going to basically lose the tower on the left. And Expo connects right before the Knight.
That's a very difficult matchup for Light here. Not really able to get big connections with the mortars. Not able to get those skeleton barrels to the tower. Just not enough there. And Hajime completes his second all-kill this season against last season's number 2 and last season's number 3. WEDGM and then Kicks.
A new Expo Master in Bob. That's quite funny to actually.
With the Expo Master in there as well, waiting in the wings, just going like, when am I going to get
to say, but this cycle, I loved it. It's literally swing of like 0.51 elixir between the two. If you get the advantage, you can put one forward, or if you're losing, you have to put one back. You have to wait for that time. If you get some more value with like one fireball, one Tesla, you get your chance to attack.
That log.
Yeah, logs are big issue in this matchup.
But it did look as though it was going to start shifting towards Light's favor. About the 1 minute 30 mark left of overtime.
Yeah, there was one log that just totally missed, just went to the tower, and the Knight, because of that, Knight was able to tank one more shot from, it was right before this moment, I believe. The Knight was able to tank one more shot from that mortar, switched and gave another chance for Hajime to actually put that Expo down.
Yep. Light fireballing its own tower. It doesn't do damage when you do that, Light. Just a reminder. Okay, that does take us then down to the 1v1.
Dun. And were moments. It was Jack to begin with, began the season, I believe, and then Expo, Expo Master a couple of times. Now, I think
maybe
going back to Jack, I think that's not a bad option.
Maybe Fav are playing like winner gets to do 1v1 because Jack came out against Team Timing and lost. But then Expo Master came out against WEDGM. He won and then lost. So maybe now it's Hajime's turn for Fav Gaming. Like, they're just going to, every time they lose, they swap.
Well,
for that 1v1.
You do send in your active roster the day before. So do you actually know who's going to win?
Yeah, they know. They're like, it's all right, guys. We're just going to lose this one just for the memes. Okay, but this is their first game this week. So they would have known what the last result was because Fav and Kix, this is their first game this weekend.
But what about from Kix too? Is Islaw waiting in that 1v1 slot? Is that the reason why he's not in King of the Hill?
I would definitely hope it's Islaw because
I keep on bringing Islaw because I was having more expectation of him actually being involved in King of the Hill and 1v1, but not as much. We do see a lot more Light and Yuya.
Yeah.
Along with Benzer and
I was expecting
just a lot less of Islaw.
Yeah, I was expecting Islaw to kind of step up this season and be more of a dominant factor in the Kix team, like just to control the game, like to be the rock the team needed, because we know that Benzer's form comes and goes, like, but Islaw feels like he should be that rock right now. He should be the one that's semi-consistent, but we haven't seen him play much in the way of 1v1 this season. He's played exactly one King of the Hill.
Maybe something's going on in Kix that we don't know 100%. We'll see. We do see standings from a lot of other players.
Would you have expected at the beginning of the season, in 1v1 player standings, to have Nuri in the top 5 of 4-1?
Not Nuri. Certainly not Nuri.
Yeah,
you expected a lot of other players.
Yeah. Okay, Lights 2-0 in 1v1 does come against Peas from WEDGM that he 2-0'd almost too easily.
Was that week 1?
Whose week?
Match 1, I believe.
Let me just quick. Match 5.
Oh, match 5?
Yeah, it was match 5. So Hajime is going to be coming out from Fav Gaming, and it's going to be against Benzer. Ooh. Benzer did play incredibly well during No-Till.
And he does show his form in the best of series.
Yeah.
So far in lots of King of the Hill, the matchups not really being great for him, as lots of his signature decks are not totally locked, but it's sort of out of the meta, like the Goblin Giant Sparky. It's out there, but a lot less being played. So I think that affected him a lot. But in the best of series, let's see what he's able to do. And Hajime trying to claim a spot right next. He's trying to sit down right next to Mugi.
He's only a couple of games behind.
He's climbing up there, man.
These aren't in a row. So it's not going to be the same level, but this will give him a very similar win rate overall if Hajime can take out Benzer in 2 games.
This is not the matchup that I expected personally, but it is a hyped one. So let's get it down. Benzer on top. Hajime at the bottom. Minor Balloon.
You're going to say Minor Balloon after 1 card, G-Clef?
No. With the log. With the log.
It is Minor Wall Breakers from Hajime, and they're going to connect into that cage of Benzer.
And Ice Graveyard from Benzer instead of what he had before for King of the Hill.
Just kind of testing the waters here. Baby Dragon played at the back into a Minor. Minor does get caught this time round.
Or it can still be the RG from Benzer.
I'm thinking El Clasico Graveyard.
Yeah, Poison Graveyard is the call. There's the EQ RG with the Fireball, but it's the Poison now, so that kind of secures everything.
Unless it is a spell choice, thinking that Hajime was going to be bringing Graveyard, which kinda could work. Okay, Miner comes in. It's not caught this time. Baby Dragon has to try and clean that up as quick as possible.
Like that mind game, Hajime trying to go left and right, as you know, wall breaker decks.
Try to split the damage as much as possible. Ice Wizard on the one side. Gonna get quite a few hits in here with that slow. Wall Breakers played behind it. What does Benzer have? There is the cage. Bang, bang. Benzer's defense is looking tight right now. It's looking real good. We'll see if it starts to slip a little bit more later in this game as we do get to that double elixir time, and then eventually, if it still holds up, we could get to that triple elixir time. But the Graveyard should start coming in soon. But these Wall Breakers, last second placement there. Tornado finally coming in here.
And that's actually really good for Benzer to get that activation already. It seems pretty late game, but still not too much damage actually put in from those Wall Breakers.
Yeah, but that Wall Breaker is going to get a connection. Boom, 1993. Just nothing there to stop it. Is it slowly starting to slip away from Benzer's fingers? The cage is good. It does stop everything there. Musketeer is still going ham at that Goblin Brawler though, and the first Graveyard from Benzer is down. The Knight is there to try and tank up. Log is good. Poison in. Benzer is getting quite a bit of damage done with this one Graveyard.
Yeah,
1287.
Yeah, poison was in, but Musketeer was not in that poison until she walked in after half of the poison. So the Musketeer actually survives. So good news for Hajime to put on some extra weight.
Yeah, but look at this. Another Graveyard coming in. Bomb Tower placed very high. Poison is in. It is catching the Musketeer this time. Look at the damage getting hit through again here. 657 plus one Ice Wizard shot. 559. Benzer has this kind of wrapped up. He's playing great defense and just turning it into amazing offense.
Yeah, with that Tornado activation, it's a lot easier to get that Miner placement down. Benzer having incredibly good defense against the Wall Breaker Miner here. Hajime trying to put on more pressure as he knows that the right tower is going down anyhow.
Cage is good stopping those Wall Breakers. The Miner in the back is getting more damage, but that Baby Dragon takes that tower down to 109. Poison will finish it up, and Benzer taking game one of set 3 1v1 and ends Hajime's reign of terror in this match.
So Miner Wall Breaker, not bad, about 50% I would say in the league, if you combine a lot of no-tilt game also. But of course, especially not just the Hog that we see a lot against the Royal Hogs, the Ram Riders, the Ice version, the Ice Graveyard, especially this 3.5 has been getting massive play in numbers and also the win rate. And it also works pretty well against the Wall Breakers too.
Yeah, the defense was really good for Benzer. It did slip occasionally, but it wasn't major slips. It was always like a small push that he's letting go, or maybe just slightly out of time, but whatever he put down was good enough to stop the back ends from getting damaged. And that Musketeer played right at the back, as you said, did avoid the poison until it walked in. So I believe we're going to get a quick 1 minute timeout.
Yeah, from Fob, requested from Fob is what we received. As Benzer with that cycle. Ice Graveyard, it's hard. When you can get your defense, King Tower activation, that's always a plus. Especially against the Wall Breaker without the Mega Knight. With the Mega Knight, King Tower activation, little less, still a big big thing to worry about, little less because you have a big body in front. So the Miner, you can literally just go snipe onto lots of units like the Ice Wizard instead. But without that Mega Knight, King Tower works pretty hard every single time.
Yeah, Graveyard is just so good right now, man. It's such a turn-on switch. It's just like, okay, I just want to win this game. Flick the switch, Graveyard comes down, bang, tower dead. All right, cool. Move on to the next game.
Well, with all the tornado change and everything else getting a change, you think slow is a little bit too much on the Ice Wizard?
No, Ice Wizard's balanced.
It's like the slow is pretty good, but it doesn't really do too much damage. So it's sort of balanced in that way, I think.
Graveyard's just Graveyard.
Instead of changing everything else that evolves with the Graveyard, why don't we just deal with the Graveyard?
Why don't we just remove all the skeletons from Graveyard
and turn it into goblins?
No, just do nothing with it. It's just a purple effect on the floor. Okay. So we saw the Graveyard from Benzer game 1 against Minor Wall Breakers. Hajime never really plays the same deck multiple times in a row. So we're going to expect something different from him. But do you think Benzer's going to bring a different variation of Graveyard?
So that was 2 for 2. Only counting the games that Benzer played today. A different type of Graveyard. I don't think he's going to play one more. I mean, he can also bring the Ewiz version with the bomb tower, but
Barb Hut version.
Seems like Benzer likes to play the cage instead of lots of bomb tower. If you're playing Chinese player, I think the bomb tower is the way to go because we do see a lot more Royal Hogs from them. Depending on the studies, I think that's a good switch. Benzer, I think, personally playing a lot more cage than
Just
other
for
players.
that little bit of extra cycle, like a little bit of extra cost, right? Well, we'll soon find out what these two players are bringing to game 2 of this 1v1. Hajime, on your screen right there, needs to win this to take us to a game 3. Benzer can close this out for Kicks. After a semi-disastrous King of the Hill, Benzer can bring some light back into Kicks' day. Hey. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Can't wait to see what we get from these two players.
Balloon Recruits won't be bad. We've got some decks being played in week 2, and none after that, I believe, in this weekend.
Balloon Recruits.
Yeah, some with the Lumberjacks, some with Miner. Depends how you want to use the balloon with.
Well, we'll soon find out. Hajime for Fav Gaming will be in blue. Benzer for Kicks will be in red. Still waiting to get this match started. I think we're just waiting for a couple of OKs.
Yeah, Hajime also played a few Ice Graveyard on his own. So I think that's a good shout. Actually, 4 games of Graveyard in my notes.
Could play RG.
RG's
the Hunter Skelly Dragon with the Royal Delivery.
RG's always safe and did all the stats for CRL Fall this season, and most of No Tilt East. And of course, the meta deck, the Graveyard, actually has like close to 62% win rate. RG about the same. I think RG was 59% win rate, and the game count is like, it's over at least 18 or more for both.
I was just looking through the notes of the decks, and the deck that Benzer just won with, Hajime actually beat Boss with last week. The Graveyard Baby Dragon Knight Ice was that deck.
Ooh, Baby Knight sounds pretty cool.
Oh no.
Like a mini P.E.K.K.A?
What have I created in your imagination, G-Clef? Like, this
sort of
is
like a mini P.E.K.K.A just marching down.
Do you think this is the strategy from Kicks? Holding Ice Law and Benzer until later in the season, because there's less game data on them. So they might be more effective later as the season progresses, like, because this is Benzer's first 1v1. He hasn't played that many King of the Hills. Do you think they're just holding these two players back and creating an air of mystery around them so that nobody knows really what they're into with the current meta?
There's a chance, but before you run into a new meta, I think it's a really good time to just put in all the players. This is the last weekend before that, so after...
No, next weekend.
Oh, next weekend.
Yeah. It's the first Monday in the month. Oh, I don't know.
No, I think we play next.
We'll find out.
That actually, we don't know yet. Usually it's like that, you know?
But there was no Crown Rush this weekend.
Ah, is that the signal?
Yeah, that's the signal. All right. So, what do we see in here, G-Clef? Graveyard
early
from
graveyard.
Hajime. Very early. We don't usually see it much.
And an RG from Benzo?
Yep. That's why it's looking like the Hunter and the Fisherman trying to do what they can. Doing a pretty good job, but those couple of skeletons left over take that tower down to 1864. Benzo looks a little bit unhappy with that exchange there.
Yeah, because that timing certainly came early. I don't think many were expecting Hajime to play Graveyard. But full HP Knight plus the Baby Dragon was going straight across.
It still feels too early for it though. Like, playing it before that double elixir period is always a bit risky. Because if it does get cleaned up too easily...
Yeah, you can immediately get counter push. And one RG counter push can be really tough.
Got to question that log there by Benzo. I think his Fisherman was in a good spot where it wasn't taking damage from the Princess Tower. The log actually pushed the Knight back, so the Fisherman stepped forward, taking a little bit of extra damage. Not the biggest of things at this point, but was it really worth that 2 elixir?
See, and Hajime, it's the building. Is it just the regular Barb Hut? Or with the Baby Dragon? There are some different combinations. When people like to play Skeleton Dragon instead of the Baby Dragon, just the Bomb Tower.
Yep, the Bomb Tower is going to get the splash on the Hunter, so the Hunter cannot protect the RG as much as Benzo really wants here. And now we're probably going to get another Graveyard coming in. No, we're not. But Benzo was expecting it. The Skeleton Dragon's played that deep behind the tower. Benzo was waiting for that Graveyard to drop, and it never came. Committing those Skeleton Dragons pretty much to nothing right there.
Good value there with that poison, getting the tower damage plus a few more. Hajime, does he? No, yes.
Hajime is playing a very patient Graveyard deck.
Yeah.
Very, very patiently.
This time he has to because the RG came all the way from the back. Second RG will load after the building.
Or at least we expect it to. Fisherman is there to pull the Musketeer into tower range.
RG goes down right before the heal.
Yep, no second RG loaded for Benzo. The time is just not now for that kind of silly shenanigans from Benzo. Fireball comes in against the Musketeer. And there is the RG, is the Bomb Tower there. The Bomb Tower is good. Good heal.
Not bad, connects into the Barbarian, goes directly one shot in, that's good enough, but the Skeleton Dragon still in the air, going to be able to take some damage to the Knight, but not as significant, but enough to get him back into the game with 1680, 1620 on the bottom.
Yeah, we do have 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining of this match. 20 seconds until triple elixir, but these skeletons again. Another Graveyard comes in from Hajime, and it gets a lot of damage done. The patience of Hajime to just throw that Graveyard there. It's been about a minute, 2 minutes since the last Graveyard.
Yeah, and way too much. Gathers all the Dragon Ball and release it in the air with the Graveyard there and gets about 800 each. Then the next one's gonna take the game, so Benzo, he's gotta find a room. RG can be late, and he's gotta defend first here.
Yeah, log comes in. Seems a bit early. The Fisherman's going to try and do what it can, but I think that might be tower down. 290 remaining. Poison isn't enough to finish it, but it's going to be damn close.
Has to be loading out another poison, so the Skeleton Dragons are gone. Unless there's a big heal spirit, connects into nothing.
Baby Dragon on the right-hand side will finish this for Hajime. Taking us to game 3. Graveyard against RG. Graveyard does stand victorious in that one.
Yes, but even if you have the Graveyard, if you miss one timing where you release a Graveyard, don't have enough for the building sometimes, especially when you have the Barb Hut instead of the Bomb Tower. a lot more elixir than you need to store, then the RG just gets wild into the tower. That does happen, but in this case, where Hajime was just ready with the Musketeer, even some Barb Barrels, just trying to line up some damage, and did work pretty well, especially because he was able to get those Skeleton Dragons out, at least one or two, with the poison. He was getting a lot of real good poisons in this game.
Yeah, and even not the look at that. The hunter actually turns around to shoot the baby dragon, which does open up a lot of space here for that graveyard. And I mean, after that, it was pretty much murder she wrote. Musketeer was on the opposite side from what Benza was thinking. So the predictive fireball doesn't get the work done. Bomb Tower is the perfect tool against that RG deck. 3 graveyards played in, what, 4.5 minutes of gameplay? That is patience.
And one in the first graveyard within the first minute, which already did about 700 damage, right?
Yeah.
700-800 damage?
It got good amount of work in on that first graveyard. And then after that, it felt like, I thought maybe he forgot that he had graveyard in his hand because it just came out so irregularly.
No, he wanted to get near perfect defense against the RG all the time.
Yeah, but he did also psych out Benzer that one time where the knight is crossing the bridge. Benzer plays the Skeleton Dragons way deep at the back, expecting the graveyard to come down, and it never did, which essentially just wasted those Skeleton Dragons out of his hand.
Yeah, but I liked few of those small plays where Hajime just threw down the Barb Barrel on the right when there was a push on the RG. And if you just let that go, Barb gets 2 hits. So the Fisherman had to be played somewhat farther away from the RG, which Fisherman, in that sense of form with the RG, is meant to really sometimes drag the Musketeer so you can get the kill so that RG maybe gets one more shot. So these kind of small interactions that Hajime just was a step forward in this matchup.
We're going to get down to the third and final game. Another timeout has been called, this time by Kicks.
They have to use it.
They have to. But the problem is, like, what are you gonna bring in this last game? You've got to find something that gives you either matchup or just something that will throw Hajime out of his game. Like, if you know what Hajime is going to be bringing, and trust me, the Kicks team, the Kicks coaching team, do so much research, they probably know exactly what Hajime is going to be bringing.
Yeah,
but then Hajime also does that fake out where, like, you think he's going to play one thing and he'll bring another. It's a lot of the mind games of CRL is done before the players even start the game.
Of course, and you also have your second account for practice and scrims only, and within your team you have some other special deck that you practice among your teammates. So it's really hard to have a perfect read on what the opponent's going to do.
I'm assuming that hand is JTV, because I believe Jay and Benzer are together and the rest of the team is split up. It could always be Melunton, the coach, putting his hand through the internet. through the internet, getting it over there.
That's computer graphics, guys.
All right, third and final game then between Fab Hajime and Kicks' Benzer Riddell. This one decides who will go at 2-2 and who will sit at 1-3 at the end of the night. The loser will stay 7th place. The winner may go up to maybe even 4th place. So a lot to play for in this one.
Big expectation. Maybe Benzer might be trying the same.
Does look like it would be an RG.
With the log.
Fireball too. And Hog Rider from Hajime.
And pulls it right into the center for the Fisherman.
No hits.
Yeah, if you did no damage, then he would have activated the King Tower. But there were already Skeleton Dragons in the air, so good choice for Benzer.
A little bit of cycling going on here, just trying to find the cards they need. EQ does come down from Hajime. I am really digging the fact that EQ has started to really come back in. It's like everyone realized, wait, it didn't receive a nerf? Alright, let's start using it a lot more.
It's because a lot of decks are actually going for that double elixir time, especially Graveyard. And if you're waiting for the game to go that long, then the Hog can get the early game advantage.
Just a couple of pellets on that Hunter connecting with that tower, giving Benzer a 300 point, a modest 300 lead.
Let's see if it's just the same bomb tower or the Inferno. That's still possible from Hajime.
Yeah, that is the one difference we tend to see, whether it is the bomb tower or the Inferno. That's the only real difference you see in this deck between other people who play it. Some choose the Inferno because they prefer it. Some choose the bomb tower because they're expecting things like hogs, pro hogs, and things like that.
Yeah, and one minor change can also be like the goblins instead of skeletons, but that's about it. And here we go with the bomb tower. RG on the left and the right. Heal Spirit connects into perfectly.
Yeah, and this is actually incredibly scary for Hajime. Another bomb tower. The cycle on the lad's deck. He got around so quickly to that bomb tower.
Right in RG's face, and the RG actually doesn't do too much, but still lots of damage chipped in from Benzer.
But this Hog Rider and the EQ is going to make life a little bit more difficult. The slow, is it going to be enough to avoid damage? No, does take one hit. Another RG is down. Bomb tower comes in late, but good.
Just good enough, and the slow, even the Fisherman gets a hit. RG goes down before a hit, but the Skeleton Dragon, 2 shots directly again into the tower. So Benzer leading again.
Yeah, only one of them, though.
And he was also sort of expecting the hog time, I think. That's the reason why he put that Hunter down.
Yep.
He's also got Fisherman, so nothing to worry about for Benzer.
He's also going to be able to start cycling like an absolute madman. Heal Spirit does heal up that Skeleton Dragon. RG is played. The Musketeer is cleared. What can he do here? Hajime has to defend with his absolute life. The RG is nullified though.
Yeah, good snowball knocking. A lot of those back. Again, the Skeleton Dragon plus the Fireball down to 297.
But the Fireball missed the Musketeer because of the Fisherman pull. That could be big. This Hog Rider gets one hit. That Musketeer is still alive. The Skeleton's keeping it out of the range of the tower. Log does come down, and that Musketeer does fall. Not the biggest, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, with the EQ and the Hog hit, this can be really close with the Log, but the Hog Rider does not really go into it. Benzer with the final Fireball.
That is it. Benzer gets it. Game 3 is his. And Kicks end this week at 2-2. A good performance from Kicks. Benzer seems to be back into it after what looked like a very rough King of the Hill for Kicks. They got all killed by Hajime. Hajime comes out in the 1v1, and Benzer's like, you beat me once, but you're not going to do it 2, 3, and 4 times.
Yeah, both teams, they got their initial first match win, and both struggling with 2 losses in a row. Kicks is going to escape that loss streak first, but Bob, they continue to go down. And what a series. When it comes to series, best of series for 1v1, Benzer is the man for Kicks. As I said, this was a big moment where it seemed very, very dangerous for Hajime, especially on that right side.
He did only take 1 hit though, which still seems crazy to me. I feel like that should have been more than 1, but only taking the 1 and just cleaning up here. That Musketeer could have been pretty dangerous, but lucky for Benzer. Lucky for Benzer. Did eventually just get shut down. He distracted it long enough. Luck comes in. That 1 Skeleton Dragon getting the connection. That Fireball missing. This Musketeer right there, that could have been rough.
Benzer just using one of those Fireball in defense, keeping that Hog out. He knew that with 1 more spell cycle that he was going to win. So good decision making at the end. If that Hog got a hit, I think it was literally just time to take it down.
And we will be back after a relatively short break. Stay tuned for what promises to be a great match. Nova Esports versus Ponos. And welcome back, everybody, to CRL East. Game 1 is done. Match 1 is done. Kicks did beat Ponos. Kicks now kind of catapulting themselves up the league a little bit. Fav Gaming now stewing probably, I believe, in 7th. Unless some magic happens, they will be 7th at the end of the night. But the next game, G-Clef.
This match.
First versus second.
Dun.
Nova Esports versus Ponos. This is the game I woke up this morning and went, I just want to see this 3 times over.
It's time to start the drum roll. 2v2. Get excited. Which pair from which team? They both have 2 pairs.
But, all right, 2v2. Sure, that's going to be coming up first. But let's talk about Mugi, man. Mugi is on an 8-game win streak.
Yes.
2 King of the Hills sweeps and the 1v1 that he won 2-0 yesterday. Will he feature today, or will they give him a much-needed day off? Because his back has got to hurt because he has been carrying this team the last 2 weeks.
I think KK's back hurts more because he's just been waiting in the chair like this, just going around saying, when's my turn to play? When I think this matchup, he's certainly going to play for sure because
they need him. They need to get the rust
off him. They need everyone.
Off him.
Both teams need everyone. Like Nova, they need LCOP, they need AUK, they need D-King, Little Chen. Everyone in that King of the Hill, but you can only fit 3. So which 3 and in what order, I think that matters a lot because these 2 teams are doing the best right now in terms of this season and the meta together. And did like few games from LCL playing like with that Magic Archer kicking in. I think that's going to be a big help for the Nova in general getting that power strength. And also Ponos because we were having lots of baits. So slightly difference in play style, I would say. And what sort of decks they do like to play if we are sort of thinking like off meta decks.
Yeah, Ponos definitely tend to do better when bait is running rampant through the meta. Like the spring seasons they won, generally it was because bait was just killing everything left, right, and center. And bait's pretty good right now. The double barrel bait.
Double barrel bait's
nice.
always good. The classic goblin barrel bait's still out there with the Ice Spirit, of course. The motor bait is, yeah, there are lots of versions to it. Sometimes even with the cannon cart, so that's also a plus. And we're seeing some golem decks too.
We have seen a few. Very few and far between, but they are slowly coming out. We saw Nomichi.
I think golem is 2 or 2 to 4 in our league. So pretty low in win rate, but not bad.
That's a 33% win rate. That's decent.
Wow, good math.
That's not hard, dude.
Yes.
Okay, so I can't wait to talk about Mugi. If Mugi comes out today, and if they give him a break. 2v2, we're expecting Radin Reiki?
Yep, I think so. And it's the same pair for Nova, LCOP, and Little Chen.
I do think...
Because they actually played pretty well. And I do like that combo a little better compared to AUK and...
I like AUK and LCOP, though. AUK and LCOP play really well, but AUK and D-King as well are also incredibly good together. I think AUK for 2v2 is kind of the linchpin for Nova. Like, when he's there, Nova look unbeatable in 2v2. Like, when it was LCOP and Little Chen, there were some things yesterday where you were like, right? You're like, that didn't look great. Yes, you won, but it didn't look dominant. But when AUK plays 2v2, Nova look super strong.
In mechanical form and reaction, I think yes. But in terms of teamwork, I felt they weren't like completed, you know. Not yet.
So you think they're a work in progress with AUK and 2v2?
No, I'm talking LCOP AUK.
Okay.
That pair, because it's been a few weeks, right?
They did beat Talon. They beat Lion and One Crown 2-1. Then AUK played with D-King where they beat Kicks 2-0. It was JTV and Benzer. I don't know, man. I do want to see AUK and D-King come back. I want to see that performance between those two.
Yeah, that pair certainly worked pretty well, and most of the time focused on RG, but we're sort of moving away from as the bans are, at least one of the bans are at least not Tornado, like we've seen Lumberjack.
Some of the teams are risking it.
Some recruits, some freeze, some what other cards? I can't remember everything.
That's it, basically.
I think that's it.
Everything else is Tornado.
Giant Skeleton.
Giant Skeleton. I was just going to say Giant Skeleton. Giant Skeleton did get banned once. I don't think we're going to see it banned in this 2v2.
How about we go for the extra and the Tornado is open? Like freeze ban, Giant Skeleton ban?
See, here's the thing. Every 2v2 pairing in this league probably practices without Tornado.
Yeah, without
If you
Tornado.
throw it in there, if you let it slip through, there's a chance you can put your opponent, like, we've seen this before, where if you give your opponent every option, they become too predictable. You know what they're going to bring, or they're going to try and do something really silly and play like, I don't know, some craziness, and they just get shut down. Key players, though, look at Mugi.
I'm waiting for this matchup. Either King of the Hill 1v1 set 3.
83.
I'm all up for it.
83.3% win rate. Mugi.
I can't believe he already played 12 games.
Has he? He hasn't.
It says in total.
9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah.
Yes.
What?
He basically played more than double of all his teammates combined 1v1 games.
So there you have. Look at that. D-King AUK 1 and 2 in terms of the standings overall. 4 and 1 because he did play with LC up his AUK, but D-King has only played with AUK. That's my dream pairing right there for Nova today. We could see KK and Yakitori make a showing in 2v2, but they didn't look great last time. There it is, Teresa, the referee, standing behind. There's AUK.
AUK.
Let's go, D-King.
I think it was D-King.
I had D-King picked in my fantasy roster. Yes, that's what I like to see. Okay, so D-King and AUK from Nova. Is it going to be Radin Reiki or KK Yakitori? It could be Tengod. We haven't seen much of Tengod this season.
Not at all. Radin Reiki Jones, of course, in this big matchup, you go for the higher win percentage. I think it's a smart choice from Ponos.
It is indeed. I really like the aesthetic of that room, though.
Yeah, everything's Ponos, man.
That dark wood with the black paint. That's my dream.
It's authentic, man. It's like the old office.
What old office? Oh, Giant Skeleton is getting banned. All right, it's not double NATO bans today all the way through, which is always nice to see. Giant Skeleton means... Actually, that opens up so much in 2v2.
Which is a lot easier for lots of graveyard decks because you can get things across. you can
Royal
get things
Hogs
across.
too.
Yeah, Royal Hogs. That's not out of question when the Tornado is banned.
Wall breakers in 2v2? Possibly?
It's possible, but not totally wall breakers only. It has to be combined with like some miner, some maybe even some with the Mega Knight.
I wasn't saying that it was just going to be a deck of wall breakers
And that was
on
also
its own.
yeah. I think that was also in 2v2 when like we had a lot of mini P.E.K.K.A.s back in the days. Remember that?
Yeah. What happened to that card? I haven't seen that for forever.
It's the same. It's exactly the same as it was. Well, the range got nerfed just a little bit a while ago.
All right, so it is going to be AUK and D-King in blue at the bottom for Nova. And Radin Reiki Jones in red at the top.
Ooh, bait days all over again.
Log is going to take out so much there for Nova. That was a valuable log.
And, of course, a few more spells are available for Nova. There's Snowball, but still one stab goes in. With Ram recruits.
What are they going to have to drag this in? There's the Dark Goblin.
Is it
Fireball to take out the Skeleton Dragons.
Is it double Ram or is it combined with something else for Nova?
Could be Balloon?
Oh, but
that'd be silly.
Yes. No, that's actually not entirely too bad, but those recruits, yeah, without anything else, they were able to do a lot of damage already.
Yeah, Panos don't really have the tools to deal with that. That cannon cart just perfectly placed eats all three. The goblins split around the cannon cart. Oh, I thought that got a connection then. Knocked back. Razor thin timing on that. For Panos, that was almost in range.
So Bridge spam when the giant skeleton is banned. That's the news and the strategy for Nova. But from the other side, straight up bait.
Yeah, and those skeletons trying to chase that Ram Rider, not getting anything done.
They have any... I think Nova's... With the lightning, you're expecting a lightning?
With the light, yeah.
Yeah, from Nova's side, I think Ram, without the lightning, is going to find a very tough place to actually charge into the tower.
I still can't believe that Nova managed to get a big Musketeer shot in. 1841 on that tower. Fireball comes in to take out that Dark Goblin. It's crazy how much respect Nova have for the Dark Goblins from Panos, though. Like, fireballing it out is just...
Yeah, spending a log to begin with. Ooh, that log. Got a good chunk from the skeleton barrel too. Now the push comes with the recruits, left and the right baby dragon. Knocks onto the fisherman instead.
Oh, the big heal spirit healing back up that cannon cart. Making life real difficult for Panos right now is Nova Esports. They just cannot get these barrels to connect.
Not even the death damage, not too many. The Musketeer has been getting it off of the tower range.
Fireball instantly on the skeleton dragons.
So Nova, they want to power things up.
Oh, the Ram Rider didn't get the connection because the Fisherman was blocking, but the Fisherman did get big hits in. 1472 on that tower. Barrels coming both sides this time round. Skeletons finally do get work done for Panos, and that's a big, big hit. 1682 on that bottom right-hand tower.
Especially the Musketeer was pushed away from the Fisherman. Now with that slow, few extra stab from those goblins. Not just a few, that was like 500.
Yeah, the defense for Nova has just started to crumble ever so slightly. It's falling apart, but is this opening up an opportunity for Nova to make a big, big counter push? That one row recruit is not even going to get a smack in there. The Fisherman pulls it away at the last minute. Snowballs coming in. 8-5-3 remaining. Another hit from a Goblin from that barrel does big work. 8-5-3 remaining.
The Fisherman pulling the Ram Rider, slowing it down, letting it charge into nothing. Makes Nova a little bit harder to actually get the damage in.
Cannon cart connected on the left. Only one hit, 966 remaining, and suddenly this is real close again. Nova within touching distance of closing this out, but the rocket is definitely going to make it hard. The skeletons, are they going to finish it? Snowball comes in, 274.
But the next rocket is going to finish the Nova if they have to try it now or never with the Ram Rider, but the bomb tower comes again, and near perfect defense at the bottom.
And that should be it. It should be back in cycle relatively soon. There's a fireball, there's a snowball, there's the log, and that finishes it. That game was looking so bad for Panos for the longest time. And Nova just kind of slipped up a little bit on their defense, and it was over, G-Clef. It was over.
I know, the Ram, I was expecting more of a heavy spell. Lightning, maybe even like double fireball. Something that can destroy the building and let that Ram go through. Rage was a pretty good idea, but didn't really connect because of all that Fisherman pulling, the slows for days, the bomb tower blocking its path.
They were only running the one Ram Rider though, which does make it difficult. Kind of, you want to throw them in and out. You want to have possibly two to just, you know, always keep up that pressure, because when the bomb tower is there, when the fireball's there, when the Fisherman's there, you can shut it down relatively easy.
And then they were trying to have some surprise attack with the cannon cart, possibly connecting directly into the top tower.
This is where it all started to fall apart. That first balloon connection for Ponos kind of jump-started the game for them. Like, they were kind of lacking behind. They get that big connection, and then suddenly everything is flying in. And when it gets to triple elixir, it is real hard to get damage through against the deck that Ponos bring. And the spell cycle was just there for them to close it out. I do not miss the days where spell cycle was the only way to finish at like 1,000 hit points.
Still, they're pretty effective. Once you can get that damage into a few units, like the Musketeer and the tower together, then I think it's always worth it. Like the Fireball, that's why we see it all the time from the pros. But the few stabs, of course, when you're going against the bait, like one stab, one more damage from the skeleton, goblins, or the death damage, literally makes everything.
It all adds up.
It all adds up, and it adds up to a place where everything falls apart very soon.
I'm really liking the giant skeleton ban. It does make 2v2 a lot more active. It's not about waiting for a giant skeleton to drop. It's about just unleashing hell on your opponent at the right timing. I'm not saying just go all out aggression when there's no giant skeleton, but it's a lot more active.
Yeah, no. If you go all out aggression, all you need is a giant skeleton right there. That's usually what we have, but with that ban, I think Nova was expecting a graveyard from Ponos, you know? That's what it felt like. It was designed to go against
balloon.
Lots of balloons for that ram, and the most common graveyard balloon, it was strictly against those two. If Ponos brought a graveyard, I don't think it was going to be a good result because of all the cannon cart, the ram rider, so lots of defensive mechanics, but the baits instead.
Yeah, and us knowing Ponos, me and you have watched Ponos, what, 2-3 years now?
A little bit more than 3 years.
Is it that long already? No, 2. 2018 was the first CRL, right?
Yes, that was spring, so it's already been more than 3 years.
2 years. It's 2020, dude, not 2021.
No, 8, 9, 10.
Oh my goodness. I'm feeling old. So we've been watching them a long time, so we know their 2v2 is a lot of bait. We've seen it time and time again over the years. We've seen them go double barrel. Before the skeleton barrel came out, it was goblin barrel. We've seen them go skeleton barrel only. They really do like playing these very fast cycle decks in 2v2. Nova opened it up for them to go and do it. They got rid of the giant skeleton. They allowed Ponos to go for that bridge spam. Not the bridge spam. For the barrel, for the bait, for that quick cycle. And they weren't prepared for it.
You can only bring so many spells, and once you have too many spells, you need to place few things down on the ground, in the air, for your own win condition, especially when the spells do less damage. What do you think Earthquake was a good option for Nova with what they just had? Like, instead of Rage, potentially?
Would have helped a lot more. It would have helped take the bomb towers off the board, but
yes, I don't think.
I think the Rage might have been a bit too much.
If you have a good chance, then you can literally just win. Like, take the tower down with one Rage, but there was never a really good chance. There was only one Rage to begin with, which was not successful.
It definitely was not. As we go into game 2 between Nova Esports AUK and D-King, Ponos, Rad, and Reiki Jones.
Yeah, that took just a little bit more because Nova did have a minute timeout before this game. So they will not get to have any more timeout in this match.
Alright, Heal Spirit. Are we thinking Hogs, RG, Balloon,
Cage? And then Ponos might just go back straight into Graveyard.
Brawler, is it going to be able to get all the way to the tower? It's going to... No, Skeletons come in at the last minute just to stop it from getting those meaty green fists.
Is it
into
just...
that tower.
They just go back to their same old regular balloons?
Company with the double lumberjack definitely feels that way. But it is going to be RG with the lumberjack. It's not going to be able to finish off that bomb tower quick enough when it's also facing down skeleton dragons. But that will be coming into play a lot more later on. Raged up Royal Giants.
Left and right.
Exactly, can be incredibly scary.
And very likely as Nova, their own RG with the lumberjack and bomb tower, and only the cage, but double the cage from Ponos.
Yeah, double cage is going to help, and that's a nice pull. Defending.
But actually, the RG turned because the cage broke and got a shot into the tower.
Raged up Royal Giants, just 360 no scoping right there.
Yes.
Just turning around.
That was pretty quick for that big body, man.
It's agile.
It's working out.
Okay, so RG coming in. Fireball to take out the skeletons again. The skeleton dragons go down. RG gets some hits in. Ewiz is going to fall. Another good push for Nova. More damage getting done. And Ponos haven't been able to get anything down against Nova so far.
So want to get the counter attack on to the right, ready with the cage. They loaded up with the bomb tower again. No, not this time, but raged up. Bottom, actually, Ponos getting a lot of work done.
But look at the damage that Nova got done. Absolute critical, and the Fisherman actually pulled the RG into a spot where it doesn't even have to walk. It just turned around. It can get into the other tower. The trade didn't work for Ponos, and they're looking very, very rough right now.
Again, this raged up RG. Couple of shots going right in the defensive cage and the bomb tower. Nova wants to finish the game right here with 2:59 remaining. That might be it. 3 seconds left for Ponos. And it is.
RG Lumberjack against RG Lumberjack. AUK and D-King made that look relatively simple. They never really seemed troubled. The only time that they actually took damage is when Ponos decided to try and tower trade. And even then, that didn't work for Ponos. I don't know what they could have done different. These are identical decks pretty much from both teams.
The big
Valkyrie
difference,
Valkyrie for Nova.
Valkyrie for Fisherman. That's a big difference. And also, yeah, E-Ways plus the big difference is one building. Cage for Bomb Tower for Nova. And double the cage for Ponos.
Yeah, the Bomb Tower has so much hit points that it just distracts forever and a day. I do like the change between that. The Valkyrie and the Lumberjack, the E-Wiz, and the Musketeer. That's an interesting difference between these two decks.
Yeah, Nova, again, they love this double fireball.
Well, I mean, against things you see in 2v2 right now, the skeleton dragons are nearly everywhere. Fireball just has so many options that baby dragon just got so much work done.
You see that? The RG was actually out of rage when it was shooting onto the cage, but the Fisherman pulled it into the rage. Somewhat of help.
Fisherman giveth, Fisherman taketh away, alright? Fisherman is just one of those cards. And here, that was just perfect timing. Bomb tower down to help support. That could have been a Goblin Cage. That one there wouldn't have mattered. But they just had to put up a wall. The RG was never going to get through. The tower trade was the right decision by Ponos. They couldn't really defend. There was only a couple of hundred hit points left. They went for the all-in, and it got defended.
It got defended with pretty much lots of good fireballs right when the skeleton dragons were spawned. Good reaction time from Nova Esports. Just right at the center, those dragons were immediately gone right when they were deployed. Most of the time, their RG actually got... Was it cage spawning just a little too late? Or the troops just destroying the cage, and then RG eventually just got shots into the tower.
I think it was.
I wasn't focusing on to the top left.
I think it was just both. I think just the baby dragon getting through did do a considerable amount of damage, but just the waves parting underneath with everything that Nova had just opened the path up. Like, there was nothing there to distract the baby dragon. It just had a clear path through. The goblin cage, I believe, came a little bit late to catch that baby dragon, and that is what caused Ponos to take quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, some different sets, few different spells, few different units, especially Fisherman against the RG. Of course, you can get that fish slap in, and not just the damage. You can get buy some time with that drag, but it doesn't really work for you all the time.
It doesn't.
That's the big part, and don't really even remember that many Iwis being played by Ponos at all.
No, and it didn't really have many targets either. Like, what are you gonna Iwis in there? Maybe they were expecting Nova to come at them with barrels. It's definitely an option that Iwis could have come in pretty handy there against Skeleton Barrel, for example.
Or balloons.
But yeah, I just don't feel like the Iwis was a good decision unless they were completely expecting, as you said, balloon or the barrel.
So they were hiding. They were not playing few cards until the last few moments. As I was expecting, okay, they've got their Ponos. They've got to have a freeze.
Yeah, we haven't seen freeze in 2v2 today.
That's what I was thinking in game 1 and game 2.
Why
not in game 1 yesterday from lots of games, but not as much compared to week 1 and 2.
Yeah, freeze is kind of dying out a little bit in 2v2 here. I didn't think of it until you just said it. We
it's not banned.
Yeah.
It's Giant Skeleton and Tornado banned, of course.
All right, game 3 between these two teams. What are we going to see? Ponos in red at the top, Nova in blue at the bottom. And this could be anyone's game. Without the Giant Skeleton, it has opened up a lot more aggressive bridge play.
Certain. You're right about that. Ponos did ask for a timeout. Both teams are already using timeout in 2v2. No more timeouts available for 1v1 games anymore.
Both teams respecting the importance of 2v2. They are going Lava Night Witch. Okay, we'll see how this plays out when the balloon counterattack with a Valkyrie comes down the other side. The Inferno Dragon isn't going to be enough. I think that balloon's just going to
Snowball's already out, so no knockback.
That tower is toast.
Oh, clone on the left, though. Big fireball moment, but is that going to be enough? Well, lots of pups in the air.
That was a tower down incredibly early, and it looks like we're going to have 2 towers down. The Inferno Dragon on the right as well.
Inferno is the key. Oh, goodness. See the faces on Nova.
Look at the faces on Ponos. They were like, they're jumping around. Are we watching like a 3,000 trophy 2v2 right now? Because this is insane.
And they only played half of their cards.
And we're only halfway through the game.
I was feeling clone, but not this early. Never this early, but I guess they decided because Nova was also going sort of all in with the balloon on the right.
That was aggressive to the nth degree from both teams. And now that it's a 2-tower game, who are you giving the advantages to here? Who do you think Ponos can hold on? Do you think Nova will be able to get the next crown? What are you feeling here, G-Clev?
Depends on the timing. I think Nova needs a perfect freeze. If they don't have a freeze, it might be real bad news for Nova Esports.
It is bad news now that the Goblin Cage is there. The Dragons, both teams taking flight in this one. And it looks as though Ponos are going for the jugular. They are going for the 3 crown.
I think they can with the clone. And with no Princess Tower, if they really power up, they can surely go for it.
They're not going to push too hard. They're not going to overcommit, because if they throw down that clone and everything goes down to the arrows, let's say, or whatever is in the air for them, the fireball, everything goes down to that clone, they don't have the elixir to defend. So I think they're just going to sit, play it patient, don't push it too hard, but still go for it.
Yeah, that freeze was okay, but not enough to take the game back for Nova Esports, and with that clone, lava, everything up in the air, Flying Machine Night Witch, Ponos is going to take that 2v2 victory in set 1.
You can see what it means to them and the traditional celebration from these two.
Oh,
plus
man.
the untraditional, like,
Clone lava.
we've been watching Ponos, we've been watching Rad and Reiki for a long time. They generally celebrate, they generally have their own little things they do. But we have never seen them properly hug each other like that, like properly, like, it worked, man. I can't believe it worked. That was insane.
It's just so much better of a feeling when you win with a clone deck. I'm not kidding, guys.
They didn't even play the skeleton barrel. They just didn't need to. One push took everything out. 2 towers go down right here.
That Inferno. I mean, the response fireball was really good. It took most of the clone units out on the left.
But the thing is, you popped a cloned lava and a cloned Night Witch, which means you've got
still the
4
pups.
bats, 5 pups. It's a real hard decision. They had to make it, but it was real hard. And that freeze caught nothing. Didn't even catch the baby dragon.
Yeah, I wish the freeze went towards the King Tower, so it would at least catch the King Tower also.
But then you would, like, I think they were expecting it to catch the baby dragon. But the baby dragon was played a little bit further forward. I guess Ponos just had the read that the freeze was coming in.
Yes, I think it was basically, let's just do it now or never, because the balloon was pretty low on HP, I believe, at before the freeze came down.
Have we ever seen a game basically lose 2 towers that quickly? There was in 2v2. Actually, there was
a race with Golem.
No, there was one game, wasn't it?
Wasn't it Golem Rush?
No, because Golem Rush wouldn't go that quick.
Like that?
No, Golem Rush wouldn't go that quick. I believe there was one where it was double barrel or single barrel clone mirror Skami. I believe we saw it. We saw it as a warm up
during the rehearsal.
I think we've seen it in game 2. I've definitely seen a game that ended.
I think you're mixing it up.
Quickly.
I think you're mixing it up.
It's my old brain. Okay, we are gonna get into the King of the Hill. King of the Hill is coming. Nova versus Ponos. If you are Ponos, you've got to throw Mugi in immediately, right?
But in the middle, I put Yakitori. I would put Yakitori in the middle, and then KK.
So you'd start Mugi, Yakitori,
yes,
KK,
or Yakitori, Mugi, KK.
I feel like you've got to get the rust off KK though. Like
no, he has enough practices.
No, but I mean, like, in terms of stage presence this season, you have to do it. We see Nova constantly rotate their players. If Mugi starts in all kills again, that's another week without seeing KK play.
I think the importance here for Ponos is you sort of expect Mugi to go first because Ponos has been doing that a couple of times. So Nova is going to specifically have a person against Mugi. That's the most likely situation for Nova. So I think Ponos is, in terms of Ponos, what they have to do, may keep Mugi if he really feels confident, but this is a big matchup. So switching it back and forth with someone else can be a smart option for them.
What about for Nova? CRS is sitting there 100% 3-0. LCOP also sitting there 4-0. LCOP got 2 kills against Talon and 2 kills against TTG. And we all know CRS all kill kicks.
Too many.
Look at Mugi's win rate. That's absolutely ridiculous.
And maybe AUK has been waiting for today. That's the reason why he doesn't have a single day play.
He is the one that's going to end Mugi's reign of terror. The only people so far this season to beat Mugi has been Sado and Boss. It's going to be CRS opening things up for Nova here.
Interesting. Pretty interesting to have CRS. He was up first.
The last time he all killed, yeah. It's going to be KK coming out. Okay.
Oh, CRS versus KK.
With his blue hair.
Nice hair.
Yeah, he posted it up on Twitter the other day.
Is that blue? Or
it
gray
is
ash?
It's blue.
Okay.
It's blue. It's not a purple rinse.
It's not this
G-Clef.
blue, but it's pretty blue.
It's not a purple. It's not a purple rinse.
Okay. Purple rinse.
You know purple rinse,
Yes.
right? All right. I was just making sure. If you don't know what purple rinse is at home,
Okay, but
it's all
CRS.
people hair.
Look at that. 100%.
100% win
Quick
rate.
quick
King of the
cycles.
Hill. 100% of his games 3.4 or less. I believe. Let me just quickly check my sheet.
Yeah, this wall breaker, and he did bring Hog Rider Expo.
He did bring, not in the same deck.
They're not in the same back. Of course, Hog Riders and Expo, they don't combine. We had Expo Sparky last season, but no one knows.
Let's forget about
No
that.
one
All right.
knows.
So it was the Hog Rider EQ with the bomb tower.
Uh-huh.
Then it was the Expo standard, and then it was
3.0.
yeah, and then he played again Hog Rider bomb tower with the EQ. So CRS has a lot of.
Certainly liking the cheaper cycle decks, but direct damage, I would say, and aggressive play.
But he did come out in a 1v1 against Nuri and ended up falling 2-1. He also played minor wall breakers and a graveyard deck. So we'll see what he brings here. With what we have so far, it is looking like RG.
KK and Balloon from KK. Is my initial thought for with that Ice Golem. So getting interesting with. Yep. I think we are going straight in there.
Minor comes in on the right. In that safe spot, Ewiz comes down from CRS, and KK's got to be like, okay, well, it has the Ewiz. It is the RG deck, 100%. I've got to try and find those timings for my balloons. If it is balloon. I'm assuming it's balloon.
So the Ewiz, likely 3.1. RG was from CRS.
All right, Cage comes down early. RG played at the back. That's going to exploit the timing of that Goblin Cage ever so slightly, because it's going to pop well before the RG gets there. And KK's got to try and cycle back to something to stop this RG Ewiz combo. Minor is going to take out the Ewiz. That's nice, a good slowdown. The Brawler absolutely chewing through that RG. And a very healthy Musketeer does indeed cross the bridge, but it is connected to the Fisherman, so it's not going to get much done.
Yeah, lots of action, but the damage is not really done too much from either side. But Cage was, I think, loaded up. Again, because the RG took lots of traveling time all the way from the back of the King Tower.
Expecting RG at the bridge coming soon. Balloon is down for KK. Is it going to be able to get a connection?
Nice heal spirit there, trying to get the knock. And double Ewiz still staying alive because of that heal spirit. Nicely done from CRS.
Yeah, but CRS did take quite a bit of damage. 1878 on that bottom right-hand tower. That's mostly minor damage, though.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse. And Minor sniping onto Ewiz was read by CRS there. Like both players trying their best to get ahead of your opponent.
Block comes in just to push things back a little bit. Nice. Golem is going to slow down the RG again. Fisherman is there. Minor to take out the Ewiz. Nice try on the snipe, but with the Hunter there, that's going to close it down. And now this is dangerous for KK. 2 RGs. Everything is slowed down. 1 RG is going to fall, but that other RG is very healthy. But it does get distracted by that Cage put right in its face.
But still got one shot before that Cage because of that Ewiz having the mini stun. Look how clumped up the bridge actually is. And ooh, one more double shot into the tower from Ewiz. It's not as common that we see.
1 minute and 30 remain. CRS has loaded the RG in the back. The Hunter behind. He's gonna go for a big push. We're gonna expect to see a second RG played relatively soon, and KK decides it's go time on the left. The Ewiz is nowhere near. The Minor is doing a good job distracting. Hunter finally comes down, but not after 1 hit. And the death damage that's gonna come through. And now KK has the lead. going into triple elixir time.
And in the opposite side, RG basically did no damage. KK had near perfect defense against all that from the bridge.
So many tools protecting that musketeer because it is a very important tool. The miner, the log.
Oh. Those knocks and the push timing were pretty damn good from KK, but CRS on and respond with the second RG slowed again from the snowball. Brawler's gone, so the musketeer, another cage to push it back.
But it's still pretty healthy. And no, it's not. It is out already. The miner has come down. The snowball is there. The Ewa is on top, but
15
still
seconds.
more damage is ticking through. 1056. KK just has to defend this RG. Cage in its face. Fireball comes down. 1068. This is a game of inches right now. G-Clef, if one hit comes through, that would have been it. 60 damage between them. KK takes game one.
Final RG did not get a shot, and Miner was also blocked with a skeleton. And we knew this was going to be a close game. KK takes it.
I can't believe what we just saw. That was...
And the switch to the left
was a genius move. He found a window. CRS overcommitted on the right-hand side. KK was like, you're going to do that? I can defend most of that with minimal elixir, take my balloon to the face.
So those defensive logs and snowball against like 2 RG, Ewis, Fisherman, Hunter, and maybe Skeletons, they got a whole lot of value.
Yeah, so all this here, that big heal spirit, and that got a couple of hits. The second RG coming in, snowball to slow down.
Snowball.
Ewis dies.
And then another E-Wiz comes for the mini stun. Yeah, before the cage pull, there was one RG shot. But after this RG shot, not too many, maybe just one more. And most of the damage actually came from the fireball.
So here, look, everything is loaded up on that right-hand side. He just finds the window. KK exploiting it. The Hunter does get a shot, but it's not going to be enough to completely stop it. As one drop came in, and from there it was just slowly getting more and more damage with those miners. He never really got a balloon in there again, but my goodness, one balloon is all it took. He found that window. He somehow managed to defend all of that was coming down on that right hand side. KK, I just don't know how he does it.
And if it was just regular, like more common with the Hunter skeleton dragon, then KK could have actually had an easier time with the snowball, but because of Hunter and the E-Wiz, lots of basically anti-balloon tool, he had to throw an extra log to knock it back. When it's loading up with another charge, then snowball comes right at that point so that the balloon can connect or at least do some death damage. That was a crazy single game till the last second, only by 60 hit points on the tower.
It couldn't have got closer. I don't think anything could have come in to make it closer. Maybe one other snowball, maybe. I don't know.
A few more snowballs.
It's going to be AUK. AUK's first 1v1 this season, I believe. Yep. Completely empty King of the Hill. Completely empty 1v1. So AUK is an incredible player. No word of a lie. Last season he ended 59%. 8-4 in the regular season, King of the Hill. 4-2 in terms of set score. 9-7 game score last season in the special season in 1v1s.
His results and his gameplay is absolute beauty. Was not able to see in our league, but it's had a pretty good showing in No Tilt a few weeks ago.
As Aurora, for those who aren't aware that he switches his name between tournaments.
That's his old name, but he's in AUK, and everyone knows him as AUK now too. But this is going to be a hype match, AUK versus KK. Wonder what AUK is going to bring.
It's a mystery right now because we have nothing to prepare it, nothing to base it on. Goblin Cage be Balloon. Could be Graveyard.
When AUK was playing, he did run lots of E-Wiz Graveyard, the 4.0, with the Mega Minion. But that was a few weeks ago.
So far, just AUK taking it slow. Not really pushing much. The Musketeers are going to try to have a bit of an exchange here. Barbaro comes in. There is the RG from AUK.
Ooh, but KK does keep the Musketeer alive, so that was pretty good. Dealing with most of RG, but still releases one of those cannon into the tower.
Nothing too big at this point in the game, but later on that could be the difference between life and death. We saw KK's last game where it came down to 60 hit points.
And that was a lot of damage just now.
That's a lot. Yeah.
So KK, he's deciding to go to the right instead, as basically forced by AUK.
He's not cycling much behind this, so we're not going to see another RG come out yet. That's going to have to wait until double elixir time. Fireball Lug will finish that up. Heal Spirit to get a big heal. And this RG is pretty healthy, but we know how much damage that Brawler can do. We know how much damage the Skeleton Dragons can do, and it cleans it up relatively nicely.
Perfectly timed with the Skeleton Dragon, and again, the chip. Not the chip, those big fireballs.
KK's defense has holes, and he needs to fill those holes in before it just gets out of hand, before AUK takes too much of a lead.
AUK is looking good so far. Real good so far.
He has taken quite a bit of damage, 1710 on that bottom right-hand tower. But it's not on both towers. One tower is still perfectly healthy. The Barbaro comes in. The Brawler trying, even through the Heal Spirit, it manages to take it out. Goblin Brawler with his big green hammy fists, taking that down.
Gotta have it, man. Brawlers are...
They're
called Brawlers for a reason.
Okay.
Do massive damage every time.
This RG should find a way through with the Heal Spirit behind it, but unfortunately when you play the Heal Spirit that early, you can always expect those barrels to take it out.
But the cage does not pull it out. The RG connected one more shot from KK.
1-2-0-2 on that bottom right. KK now taking a pretty big lead, a very sizable one for this matchup. Heal Spirit doesn't have anything to jump in, but the cage pushes it back, and that gives it a target to heal, but the Brawler, one punch, takes it out.
Immediate good punch back, and also Brawler got a hit into the tower. That's big.
The Musketeer! And the Barbarian's gonna get another hit too, 7-2-5. This match is swinging left and right. 1 minute 15 left, but it could be anyone's. The Lug buys a bit of space for this RG to come in, and it's just eating the Musketeer, and Brawler damage 368 on that bottom right-hand side.
This is it, AUK's final push, basically. KK has to defend the RG, gets one, fireball, and the second shot connects, 45!
45 against 3, 6, 8. This just needs to find a way. That didn't hit the cage. That's important. If KK had hit that cage, it might have put a little bit of extra time. KK goes down. AUK takes the game, and I don't know how many people saw that desk punch from KK, but we have all been there.
That has to be a frustrating moment for KK, where he wanted to break the cage and release one more shot from RG, but it just did not.
If that fireball had connected, I think he would have won that trade. It would have been close, but I think he would have got it.
Yeah, because AUK intentionally put the cage a little to the left.
A little bit more to the left than he usually does.
Yes. Usually he just puts it right at the bridge so it pushes out, but he didn't need to do it. So he puts the cage a little bit towards the left, which basically created this difference.
the log instead of the bar barrel was the only difference between these two decks. I think the bar barrel just really came in clutch because the barbarian at the end is just nice to have.
Yeah, but it's a plus and minus at the same time because it's easier to attach your own heal spirit to the barbarian that comes out, which gives better radius for everything else to heal up.
See, I think if we said before, like, you just take a little bit too much damage from something you shouldn't be taking damage from, like that musketeer there.
Yeah, those predictions against those skeletons. Whew.
So this was AUK's normal placement of those cages, right in that nice little spot there. And then I believe, oh, we didn't get to see it. That cage that distracted that last RG was 2 squares, I believe, more to the left. So the fireball ended up completely whiffing. It would have been so close.
Yes. Yeah, basically AUK understanding that I just need to buy like 2 more shots away from the RG and I can cycle through my fireball and win the game. What a close game. I mean, this is a very similar matchup with the RG, but with these players,
it's
feel the difference in the air, man.
But it's like, it's not a massive skill difference between the players. It's just one decision changes a game. One slightly delayed placement of a unit changed that game, because if those skeleton dragons had got down and the musketeer targeted onto those instead, that tower would not have gone down. KK would have won it.
Yeah, lots of great prediction plays from both players. It's pretty amazing to get all those skeletons removed, to keep the musketeer alive, that basically can power your RG. And once your musketeer is alive, you can heal it back up with the heal spirit.
So it is gonna be Rad coming in against AUK. Rad, again, I think this is his first match in 1v1 this season. Yeah, it is. So another untested player in 1v1 is coming out. Ponos kind of toying with the idea of bringing Mugi out, letting everyone else have a chance and then giving it to Mugi, possibly. I can't see anyone else on this Ponos team taking that spot from Mugi right now. So it is going to be AUK against Rad. 24 games played last season, 37.5% win rate. In terms of 1v1 only though, not including triple draft, 24%. He went 1-5 in the regular season King of the Hill and 0-2 in the playoff. And his 1v1's not much better. He went 0-2, 2-4 overall in terms of game score there. So Rad got a lot to prove. His 2v2, there is no doubt it is amazing. His 2v2 is fantastic. His 1v1 though, that is questionable.
Yes, questionable, as he didn't have the big 2 losses during the playoff, which costed the opponents big time. Let's see if he makes a big comeback this season. His opponent is AUK.
Yeah, it is. So we see Goblin Cage coming out. Miner from Rad. And a Magic Archer from AUK. All right. And I heard a Lava Hound played behind that timer there.
And the Royal Hogs.
What has he got against those 3? He's got nothing. The Bandit, I don't think there's going to be anything to stop the Bandit either on the left-hand side. And this is already going... What? That tower is out. So this Balloon Lava Hound needs to get work done, and I think it will. I don't know if there's anything in the air. The Balloon connects 1. The Skeleton Dragons actually connect to the other Skeleton Dragon 2, and that tower is down 2. What is it with Nova and Ponos that just make these games just go insane? Game 3 of 2v2 was absolutely nuts. We had 2 towers going down instantly. Game 3 of King of the Hill is the same.
Now with the Barbarians, Rad is ready with the ground defense. Before, he just not have enough elixir to do so. With the Magic Archer gone, not too many anti-air from AUK.
He does have the skeleton dragons. That's it. After that, he's got nothing.
He's really got to keep those magic archer alive because Rad is carrying arrows in this lava version. So yeah, no fireball. Last should be Zap.
Bandit in the pocket, not caught. The skeleton dragons are just gonna go in. He has the elixir, but just doesn't have the cards he needs to be able to stop this. And that tower at 43. The one thing is that might tempt AUK to expend a little bit of an elixir early to close it down, meaning he wouldn't have the elixir on the defense, but he's not gonna fall for that one.
Here it comes. The miner
does take it out.
Yeah, the bandit and the magic archer loads up with the second.
One hit from the balloon. Death damage into the skeleton dragons are there. The lava hound is pummeling away. And the pups haven't even popped out. The Inferno Dragon behind is going to take out the cage. That tower is down 2. Red is up a tower, but the luck comes in on the other side. This is going to have to be a 3-crown game, and it looks as though Red has it. The balloon in the pocket is enough. 3-crown game. Rad takes out AUK. The man who had 24% win rate last season just took out AUK with 3 crowns.
He played the exact same deck 3 months ago. Well, of course, Lava Balloon Miner that's still out there.
But with the Skeleton Dragons instead of the Baby Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Because I think he ran the Baby Dragon in that one. My 3-crown victory for Rad with the Lava Hound Barbarian Balloon deck. And the thing is, AUK just didn't really have anything that can shoot up.
He had the Mega Knight.
That doesn't shoot up, G-Cliff. Do I have to remind you about it if it can shoot up or not?
I mean, if you switch his gears. No, it does not. But the race?
Yeah, it was at this point where both decided that this was going to be a clowny kind of game because this exchange happened within the first minute. We lost 2 towers. Exactly the same as what happened in the King of the Hill between these two.
Do you remember the last spell from AUK?
You never played it. The last card is the Mega Knight.
Just the log, okay.
Yeah, the last card is the Mega Knight.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that tower went down as well. And you're like, okay, all right. There's 30 seconds left. We'll see what happens here. But then he just got overwhelmed. That Miner MVP just closing it out, and then the Lava Hound eventually pops. Skelly Dragon's there, Balloon is there, and that tower was not there. And it is going to be D-King coming in last. So AUK goes down after 1 win and then loses to Rad. Will D-King be able to close it out for Nova? He will have to go through Rad and one other player to save Nova's night. Nova, the team that was looking so dominant just last week, and now looking at a possible 3-2 record joining Team Timing.
Rad's on the match point. Wow.
And it's not 2v2 second either.
It's not too common as we see him playing 1v1 too, but D-King is another scary player from Nova Esports that can basically play anything.
Yeah, D-King had a 58% win rate last season, 7-5 in King of the Hill, 3-1 in the King of the Hill in the playoffs, and in terms of 1v1 sets, he went 0-2, 2-4. But this season, he's played quite a big variety of decks. I mean, he did get, I believe it was an All-Kill against Team Timing, where he played Graveyard with the Ice Wizard. He played the RG Hunter without the E-Wiz, and then he played the Mortar deck that's been knocking around with that Skelly Barrel. So we'll see what he has to bring here. He has to bring 2 decks. He has to take out Rad first. And if he can do that, probably has to take out Moogie.
And what else for Rad? During the 2 playoff games, he did play that Lava Miner. And one other was the RG Firecracker that we had back in the days. 3.0. with the minions.
Yeah, we don't see that much anymore. We don't see much Firecracker. Which is unfortunate, because I do like that card.
Well, Supercell had the survey and the Firecracker was chosen as one of the most annoying card in the game.
Oh, 100% it is annoying, but I do like to watch it.
And after the nerf, the knockback, its own knockback nerf, I think it's in a okay space.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There are cards that I hate to play against, but I love watching. Fisherman is one. Firecracker is another.
Sparky?
No, I actually don't mind Sparky. Was that a spoiler there? Was she holding a Nova Wins piece of paper in her hand there?
Did not get to... Yeah,
because it was definitely a winner paper. It was definitely the winner screen that we see. Has she printed it out and is trying to change fate?
For Nova Esports?
As we get into game 4 between these two. D-King has to do basically everything now. He has to beat Rad, and then he'll have to beat whoever comes out in game 5. But Rad has match point for Ponos, which would take them to the top spot of the league.
Skeleton Dragons just marching up, and the Dark Goblin does signal those bait decks that we see a lot. Here we go with the barrels. Oh, misses one, but extra skeletons on the left trying to keep it alive.
Has to spend that little bit of extra elixir to try and defend that.
Just slipped by a tile there.
And now, look at the lead that Rad has in terms of elixir. It's 2 elixir difference.
Yeah, but Rad did take some damage.
Negligible damage, though. Negligible.
240.
Negligible. All right.
Let's see. The good thing is that D-King, he does have the bar barrel.
He does have that hunter as well that can position itself, but does take a couple of stabs in there. 2-2-3-7 remains. Now remember, Rad is slowly going to chip away at this one.
And as we go,
D-King is going to look for a very big push.
Certainly. As Rad will also, as we go towards the end of the game, we'll see barrels flying everywhere. And that's when things get crazy, when D-King's out of all the spells that he needs, even going to... might have a chance to use the fireball for those barrels.
Yeah, in 2v2, we've always mentioned that, like, fireball against the Goblin Barrel, not too bad. In 1v1, though, oof. Big heal spirit in there. Dark Goblin's going to try and do what he can, but the Fisherman does go down. RG does get a couple of hits. 1881 remaining. Dark Goblin's going to get quite a few hits in here, as he always does. 1865. So, once again, Rad takes a bit of a lead, and again, the Barrel doesn't get the complete wipe.
Yeah, it was. Goblin Barrel was one towards the left, one tile on the left there. It's hard to get the prediction every single time. Rad is trying to make the best of every single shot.
Yeah, and this Dark Goblin is going to get pulled. No, it's not. The skeletons actually save its life. The Heal Spirit there doing big work.
Does grab the Dark Goblin before going down, so that's good news for D-King. Could have been worse.
Yeah, but that RG doesn't get anything done. D-King's RG not even reaching the tower lately. Those goblins, actually, they take out the Heal Spirit that was supposed to try and take him out. And that's a lot of damage from those goblins from that barrel right there. 1298 remain. Big Goblin Barrel connection.
And D-King cannot get his own RG to do any more damage. The extra skeletons have to come down for the imperfect defense. Again, one more elixir for that Goblin Barrel. Rad working really well left and right. Trying to get some shots, some Goblin shots, stabs connected.
But I feel like Rad needs to finish it in the next 30 seconds, because if this gets to triple elixir, it might just run away from him, and D-King might be able to just overwhelm the defenses with RGs. But it's not going to do that now in double elixir period.
Again, the defenses come not just to tank the shots. And Rad, does he spend the fireball?
No, decides to just distract with the Skeleton Barrel. Goblin Barrel comes in. No damage getting done this time. Actually does manage to get that perfectly in. There is the RG. Bomb tower played very far to the side. Has to use the log to take out the bar barrel. Skeletons do come in. Dark Goblins there trying to take it out. One shot comes in. Heal comes in as well. 2 shots. And now Rad has a clock. Another miss.
Big moment for D-King. Another miss. Few more stabs. Still over 200 damage away.
There is a fireball though for Rad, but there is also a fireball for D-King. So we're gonna have to see what he can do here. Will these RGs just start overwhelming? And this is the problem. When you get to that triple elixir time, RG can just overwhelm the bait player. You have double elixir to try and finish it. And another shot comes in, 44. It looks as though D-King is going to be able to take out Rad. Although another miss in there, 2 more stabs, but I don't think it's enough. There's the fireball. D-King takes game 4. And G-Clef, it was all looking so well until triple elixir started, and then Rad just got overwhelmed by the blonde, bearded menace that is the Royal Giant.
Yeah, with the help, with a big chunk of help, all the time from the Heal Spirit.
Yep.
Great timings on there, and Rad, he tried his best to have near perfect defense, but it was hard for him to actually have the timings on the Skeleton Barrel and the Goblin Barrel. Yeah, throwing 1 tile left, 1 tile to the right did allow him to get extra stabs, and D-King was not 100% on par.
No, he missed so many of them. Like, one Goblin would always seem to just...
Yeah. If he had the log, it's a lot easier, but with the bar barrel, it can be tough. It's 1 tile to the left, 1 tile to the right. It's a little bit harder to aim.
But still, you don't expect that kind of error.
But still, with extra skeleton, you just match the same elixir.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess. Okay, so the bomb tower starts to go down. Fisherman cleans up. Big heal there, just in the range to get an extra shot.
Yeah, and those logs from Rad pushing a lot of units so that like the skeletons could do a lot more damage.
And there, what are you gonna do against that? 2 RGs come in. Your bomb tower is not in cycle until it's a little bit too late. But even then, there's just so much stuff there. Heal Spirit comes in again. Did he delay that Heal Spirit just to open up a window?
I think he was trying to time it. Because he knew that the fireball was coming, that had to be the fireball spot. He was just trying to calculate the perfect timing, and he deployed it just before the fireball actually exploded. I think it was in jump motion, so the Heal Spirit actually just connected.
Okay.
I think that's what it was.
I can't see. There was too much stuff there.
Just everything just clumped up together.
All right, so it's going to be down to the wire in this King of the Hill. Game 5, it will be D-King against...
Very likely the MUGI.
Can he make it 9 wins in a row, or will D-King just stop it right there and just be like, look, man, I got 3 King of the Hills in a row. I got 3 clean sweeps. That's 9 wins in a row. Just take yourself outside. You get 8. You're not taking my throne.
I mean, I have a bigger history than you do. Like, you can try to climb all the way up here, but not yet. You know? Not yet. Not this season.
Mugi's trying to climb up the mountain, and like D-King's at the top just pouring oil down to make it slippy. It's like, no, you're gone. I climbed up this. Don't worry. On his way up, D-King took every handhold out. Okay. But we don't even know if it is going to be Mugi. We're pretty sure it will be.
I think so.
Okay, it is Mugi. All right. This is going to be hopefully insane. Hopefully it's not anticlimactic, because the list of W's on Mugi's side right now in King of the Hill is nuts.
You know what makes him scarier? I was lining down all the decks, all the games, and realized that Mugi played basically all the decks that are out there. Blue Miner, Goblin Barrel Bait, Graveyard couple of times, all different graveyard actually.
Yeah, he's
Hog Rider.
He's never played the same deck twice.
2 Hog Rider, somewhat of a different version. Ram Rider, of course RG, Royal Hawk, so like all the decks that are out there.
83.3% game win rate. That's insane.
Wallbreaker too. So that's literally like all the decks.
I'm telling you, Mugi is
all
an interdimensional being come to just take a W for Ponos.
Does he bring his own like Expo deck or something? I know there are a lot more other decks, of course, but he's been really staying away from playing the same twice.
Yeah, but D-King can ruin all of that, but it won't ruin it for the night because that will actually take us to set 3. It will take us to a 1v1 situation. Mugi can close it out here though if he remains undefeated.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to this. D-King against Mugi.
Oh, that's right. Elsiop's right there. Elsiop is not in King of the Hill. Maybe he's coming out for set 3, but D-King's got to keep his team alive if they want to get there.
Well, I mean, if you're going to give it to anyone, D-King is some pretty safe hands to give it to. The guy finds it hard to lose. Right now, he's lost 1 King of the Hill. He lost the famous kid. Will Mugi make it 2, or will D-King stand in the way of a 9-0 record? We're going to find out within the next 5 minutes. It is wall breakers now from Mugi.
Wall breaker minor. Let's see what the building is and if it's with the MK, with the goblins. Yeah. There's still another version with the bomb tower or the MK. Oh, with the Valkyrie. Never mind, not the MK anymore, but let's see if this comes with the rocket. There has been some rocket tornado combination.
Yeah, the Valkyrie replacing the Mega Knight for that splash damage that you kind of need in this deck. And wall breakers come in, and they're going to get a pretty healthy connection. Tornado comes in, 1 gets a hit, doesn't even get to activate the King Tower. D-King pulling them in, 1921. Tornado comes in from Mugi. Is that a rare mistake? It doesn't even matter. Not that much damage coming through from the graveyard.
A couple of hundred still will matter at the end.
Both of them going to connect.
Nothing.
D-King had nothing. He had no elixir. He couldn't defend it. He had some, but he just wouldn't want to waste it there.
This game is certainly going
Mugi's way.
Not just in Mugi's way, but unlike both. Very unlike characteristic play from both sides.
Uncharacteristic mistakes from both players. Mugi wasted a tornado. There's part of me that believes it's just a bit of like a, oh look, I can waste 3 elixir and still whoop you, but I know it's not that. Wall breakers on the right, Barb Barrow is there, but it doesn't actually connect, and another hit in. The Ice Wizard just slowing the Baby Dragon, so it can't be there to tank for the graveyard. D-King is being pulled apart right now, but Baby Dragon comes through.
The bar, the Valkyrie's there, the bomb tower's there against the graveyard. Like, so many tools to deal with it, and Mugi's playing with the speed.
Yeah, but
Minor wall breaker all the time.
Mugi puts the miner down in a position where it can be tornadoed into the King Tower for that activation. A rare mistake. That was the spot he was looking for, that nice little safe zone right there. And these wall breakers are not going to get through. And slowly but surely, D-King is clawing his way back in. 1-4-4-6 against 1-1-7-5.
Slow for days and days. Mugi loading up another bomb tower just in case. Save a graveyard. D-King's not going to use it this time. There's the rocket.
Yeah, the rocket, 370 damage. He's still going to need 2 plus a little bit extra, probably from those tornadoes. Or that miner. Okay, 2 is all it will take. 2 rockets will finish this. Or, nope, tornado pulls the wall breakers back. But Mugi has to defend. well. 994 remaining.
Yeah, but one good connection with those skeletons.
But one good graveyard, and it goes the other way.
Oh, yes.
Baby Dragon isn't going to be there to... Oh, no, it is. Just in time. The goblins do come down. Tornado. Baby Dragon got pulled into range. An interesting decision there from Mugi to do that. 476. Mugi now behind, but this miner is going to get some damage in it. It jukes the knight. Is it going to get into tornado range? No, sorry, rocket range. It is not. 4-2-1.
Not yet.
Mugi needs to defend this graveyard perfectly. That Baby Dragon cannot get a connection. The tornado tries to do it for him, but the Valkyrie is played. 229 rocket is enough there, and Mugi closes it out for Ponos. 9-0. Mugi, can anyone beat this man?
Another big win for Ponos, as Mugi does not know how to lose.
Ponos right now don't know how to lose because Mugi doesn't know how to lose by extension.
If you have a single player that doesn't know how to lose, your team automatically just wins all the time. D-King, that was also a close match. He was pushing lines of limits for Mugi, saying, okay, Mugi thought it was okay to just keep everything away, maybe even tornadoing back so they don't cross the line. But D-King made it in a way so it's hard to pull everything in a tornado. And D-King's poisons oftentimes really good catching on to multiple targets.
And also, it has to be said, like, both players were forcing mistakes out of each other as well through this. Phenomenal play, really. You just can't say this is the tornado, I believe, right? Not that one. Oh yeah, that tornado there was a bit of an interesting decision. He was trying to get rid of the skeletons at the same time, but unfortunately pulls the Baby Dragon in. And then there's the tornado. There's a tornado here from D-King. I believe this is the one. Tornado to pull everything in. And then the Valkyrie comes in. No, what it was trying to do, he was trying to tornado everything into the tower so the Baby Dragon could get the splash damage. But it was just shut down too soon. MVP of today, though, Rad.
Yeah, 3-crown game, man.
6 crowns. If someone has faith in Rad to believe that he was going to do this today of all days, congratulations, because that is a massive win right there. And we will be back after a very short break. And welcome back to the third and final match of the evening for CRL East Fall.
East Asia.
East Asia. It's going to be Talent versus TTG. We just saw what can only be described as a bit of a clown fiesta.
Ooh. Only the last game, I would say.
All right.
Or
by clown
one
fiesta,
more with the Royal Hawk Lava Hound matchup, AUK Rad.
All right, let's just say it was a bit of a circus. Because there were 3 crowns. There were games where, like, 4 towers were dead within the first, like, minute of the game. You're like, what is going on?
Oh, the race, man. It's ground versus air.
It was beautiful to watch.
It was fun.
Yeah.
We don't get to see that too many times.
And we're probably not going to see it for the rest of the season. I think that's the first time I've seen something like that in the same match ever since we started casting G-Clef.
Maybe we had some really big mismatchups, so where we literally just had 3 crown games.
Back in CCGS Korea?
A long time ago, man.
2017, man.
When 12 out of 10 games, so 120% games were expos back then.
All right. Anyway, let's get back onto this. Talon versus TTG. Talon, a Korean team of, well, a Korean group of players. Talon is a...
The org itself is... They do have a Korean team. It's
I know,
Talon
but the
KR.
org itself is not Korean. But, yeah, Talon against TTG. TTG, the team that got absolutely ramsacked in the summer by Nova, who have kind of proved a point. They had something to prove, and they've definitely proved it. They're doing pretty well this season, especially because of one man.
Nuo Misa. The MVP of Week 2.
The MVP of Week 2. The MVP of this team right now. He is playing everything. He plays 2v2. He plays King of the Hill. He plays the 1v1. So
they need to. Like, their roster is pretty small.
Well, their 2v2 team is always going to be Nuomisa and Huyu, right? I don't think we're ever going to see Famous Kid and Boss, or Famous Kid and Nuomisa, or Famous Kid and Huyi. I always think it's going to be those two, and then the King of the Hill changes around, but Nuomisa is always there because the guy this season has entered a whole new beast mode for him.
Yeah, that's right. You do have a specific key player from TTG, and they needed a player to step up like this in order to win matches. But similar for Talon, and in a different style though. Not just from a single player. Talon's bringing some cool strategy, like really cool decks that we don't really see too many times out in the rest of the world. And also, Lion has been doing really well in lots of tournaments. So I think, combining the two together, I think it's going to be a really good matchup of like a strategy versus like how well TTG is going to do in overall.
I just realized Nuomisa is undefeated in King of the Hill in 1v1 this season.
How many times?
He has played 4 King of the Hills and 2 games of 1v1 against Expo Master, so he is 6-0.
All right, we have a lot of players like that this season.
Yeah, the only time he didn't play is when they lost 0-2 to Nova. Nuomisa didn't play that day in the King of the Hill, and they lost.
Because he didn't play.
Because he didn't play. He played the 2v2, but he didn't play the King of the Hill. But yeah, Talon... Lion is a great player, but for some reason, there always feels like there's something stopping him in CRL.
Yeah, especially his King of the Hill matchup doesn't feel 100% right for some reason.
Yeah, there just seems to be something blocking him, and it's hard to pinpoint what it is. But yeah, he just hasn't been able. But on the other hand, Blizzard, formerly known as Dandelion, is definitely up there right this season. Geralt has been hit and miss. He's currently 3-4, but this team can get wins this season. Talon can get these W's. We've seen time and time again where it looks as though they're out of it, they win it. They're 2v2. It's pretty good. Usually Lion and 1 crown. They're pretty good together.
Yes. Not just in 2v2.
Now look at me spoiling that. 100% win rate for Nuomisa.
Yeah, solo win rate.
6 and 6. Team contribution rate, I believe that's the amount of times they play in each game, right?
Each match. If they play in the active roster or not. So they're always in the active roster. Both teams relatively smaller roster compared to the other teams.
2v2 player standings is now dominated by the Korean teams, Team Timing and Talent. Reed and Sato have been doing really well. I didn't think they were doing that well though. I didn't think Final One Crown were doing that well either. But they have played the most games. This will be their 5th game of the season. So it kind of makes sense. 4 and 4 on the other hand for TTG. 50% win rate for them.
Yes, TTG, their 4th match of the season, so not as much compared to like Team Timing. Here comes Talon though. I'm having high expectations now because they're showing something new, something different all the time.
He's doing it again. He's put his phone on the table. He's live on feed, and he's showing his decks.
Maybe not the best idea, but let's see the response from TTG.
It is going to be Nuamisa and Hui. No surprises there. If there's 2 people standing there, it is always going to be them from TTG because only 2 of them are in China. Boss is in the US, and Famous Kid is Singapore.
Yeah, you never know. We have Islaw and Light from Kicks.
But I mean, if there's 2 people standing in the studio at the podium, it's not going to be Boss.
Look at the bands.
Oh my goodness.
Look at the band cards. Balloon band, Fisherman band.
You know what that means?
It is the day. Simon, finally it's here.
No, NATO ban. It has taken us 18 matches for a Tornado to get through. This is match 18. A Tornado finally gets through in a 2v2. Balloon Fisherman as the bands. You have no idea how actually excited we are that these are the bands because we're tired of going, okay, the band cards, it's obviously Tornado. It's been getting this way all night though.
And for me, and then I'm gonna kill all the hype by saying it's just gonna be Archie's giant skeleton all over the board. Well, let's see what happens. Tornado's out there, so lots of those bait cards, like the minor, the baits. I don't think they're.
You know what I'm gonna say? I don't even think we're gonna see a Tornado.
Really? It depends.
All right, everyone decided that Heal Spirit would be the first card. Now, Team TTG, they have to snowball here to make it fair.
Yes,
and
to make it even. Never mind, we can't do that. We can't have mirror match anymore. Giant. Double Prince?
No, it can't be. Dark Prince behind. It could be Graveyard.
Or, yeah, Graveyard is another option. Or, like, a Cannon Cart push can also be okay.
It is Double Prince from TTG.
It's been a while, guys. And Rage! Immediately pulled by the Tornado.
What a fireball.
Yeah, nice damage put in by Talon. Good response from them.
What a defense. They just shut the door in the faces. But they are down on Elixir ever so slightly. And they do have Tornado, so we do get to see it finally. Ewis does get that damage in. 2, 3, 4, 2 remain.
And so there's that Lumberjack from Talon. No Balloon for sure. Is it some kind of charge, like a Hog Rider, Ram Rider, or just an RG?
Night Witch with the Giant.
Is it Rage Clone?
No, I don't think it'll be Rage Clone.
I think it's just a Rage. Defensive Lightning from Talon.
Yeah, shutting that Giant down pretty much before he can get to the Heal Spirit. Cannon Cart is now in range. Once that's gone, is it connected?
I don't think so. It's just out of range to the left.
That couldn't have been any closer if they tried.
And that was in range, and I think it was just pushed from the Dark Prince to the left. But still, the Dark Prince was able to get the charge in. A good push, and so far Talon doing a pretty good job. Here comes the Royal Giant on the left.
Wizard with that Prince and the E-Wiz, but it's still going to get 2 shots in.
Yeah, no building card actually from TTG.
Oh, is it going to get a connection? No, the cage comes down just in time. Big heal spirit on the left though.
Rage is helping down. And the Giant pretty healthy. The Brawler has pretty big hits. And only a single punch onto the bottom left Giant. It seemed like it was going to be powerful.
Yeah, it had so much health crossing the bridge, and then it just eventually got shut down. RG this time is going to get this freeze defensively from TTG. Cleans that RG up, but disaster kinda here as the Prince does sneak in front of the Giant. That Giant with the Ice Wiz is just going to get slowed to a crawl. Not even looking at the tower as it goes down.
The Talon, their defense has been beautiful to watch so far. So pushing it again with the TTG cannon and early Rage this time.
Lightning to take out that cannon cart before it can get across the bridge. Very important here for Talon to get that off the board, because if that sneaks through under Rage, it can do a surprising amount of damage. And it is surprisingly difficult to deal with.
Both teams trying to make it work, and so far Talon has been on a lot of defense mode, but few of those RG shots can connect because of no building card from TTG once they go through.
That's why the cannon cart can come in serious handy. Big tornado, big fireball. Everything's coming down. That Prince is kind of healthy with the Dark Prince as well. Thought they were going to get a connection on the tower. Goblin Cage just in time. The Goblin Brawler is going to try and take that down. Freeze. But another cage comes down. Baby Dragon and Skeleton Dragons are just going to close all that down. Talon, their defense has been ironclad. Nothing is breaking through.
And they can make their own work. There's that combination with that Fireball Tornado RG finally connecting few shots in.
Defensive Rage. And, I mean, Rage's
20
area
seconds.
of effect is massive. So, as I say, it's defensive. It was used mostly to get that Giant as forward as fast as possible.
Oh man, the race is on. 10 seconds left. Can TTG pull it through for more damage? The tower's going to be down. Defensive freezes there, but the Musketeer finishes that tower down on the top right. Talon.
What a masterclass of defensive 2v2. Nothing really ever snuck through. Cannon cart looked like it did once or twice.
Yeah, nothing major.
Yeah.
Maybe some scratches.
Some spell damage here and there, but that was impressive defense.
And you're right, TTG had no tornado.
And TTG's offense, the double Giant with the Princes.
Giant double Prince, they had it. There were lots of opportunity where it seemed like they were about to connect, like charging into the tower, and then a cage, and then an Ice Wizard, and then a Lightning.
I think it's here, yeah, this one here. And then you're like, okay, the back end is going to come through. There's nothing to stop it. Freeze comes down and then bam! Goblin Cage.
And then you think the cannon cart's going to connect and the cage at the bridge. Like, their Talon's 2v2 has been
impressive.
Like, one of the best.
They're pretty much undefeated. They lost their first match against Nova, but then they've beaten Team Timing, Kicks, and Ponos in 2v2. Actually, the last loss of Mookie was against Talon, I believe. But again, Fireball came in. The Rage RG with the Goblin Brawler. I mean, even if you stop the Musketeer, the freeze is going to wear off. That Goblin Brawler was ready to finish that tower on his own. The RG was ready to finish it on his own. So, I mean, there was no way really TTG could have finished that game in any other way at that point. That freeze was a little bit of desperation just to make it last a couple seconds longer.
With that many Rage and big single target damage like the Giant or even the Prince, it was quite dangerous. In fact, Talon actually did not have that many like distraction cards like the Goblin Gang or like Spear Goblins, so small units that you can just cycle through. They feel the best combination, that Tornado Fireball. They made it so that it was every single time they use it, it was enough to turn the tide around for their own attack. And until that moment, they kept it cool.
I mean, they had so many things to target it at. The Skeleton Dragons, the Nightwish, the Princes, like, with a Barb Barrel, you can delete 90% of things with that combination. It was just too... Like, the defense of Talon, that was a team that was prepared for there not being a tornado. For TTG, it felt very much like they weren't prepared to play Tornado in 2v2, and they're not practiced with it.
So was that the deck that TTG has played because they thought it was going to be Tornado banned? Let's see if it actually is or not. I want to find that out too.
And again, everyone cycling through their heal spirits, except Huyi, letting the team down here, not throwing down that heal spirit early. And they're going Giant. Prince again.
One more time, with maybe a few spell changes.
It definitely could be. It looks like it's gonna be a repeat of game 1 here. Very early lightning from Talon. Again, no cannon cart down yet. Giant is gonna be shut down before he can get to the tower. Ice Wizard proving his worth. Just slowing it down to an absolute grind. Skeleton Dragons again. Skeleton Dragons.
Yeah, I was always feeling that the Ice Wizard slow is actually too much, but especially today, it feels like it's one really big defensive tool.
It feels like we're playing on a completely different patch, because when I play Ice Wizard, nothing happens. Yet when we see it here, it's slowing things down to an absolute grind.
Yeah, when it's paired up with the Tornado, that's when it gets the real power and the value.
Expending the first of the cages. It's Talon. Gonna have to try and cycle back around to that if they need it. There's the second one. Lightning comes in, that takes the Musketeer off the board. It takes the cage off the board, but the Brawler and the Lumberjack are just going to finish that up. Again, the defense on Talon with this deck has just been stone-clad. But is it because of the offensive options from TTG just aren't good enough?
Might not be the same. Let's wait until what happens later on. Again, the RG on the right. You grab the skeletons.
No building again for TTG, which just means these RGs can go to town. Fireball comes in, this time not on the Skeleton Dragons. One Skeleton Dragon that is raged up on the left-hand side gets a couple of hits in. Nothing major. Tornado comes in. One bat almost tried to escape to the tower, but is shut down eventually.
Again, basically dragged into the cage. Giant not reaching the tower is huge. So TTG is trying to have massive attack with the lightning. It's the rage coming down soon.
Probably will not. There's the cage again, and just everything is obliterated underneath a cloud of green.
2 more minutes, and so far TTG, even with bringing lightning against the cage, less damage put in.
Yeah, this RG is going to get at least 2 hits.
Yeah, but Talon now thinks that, okay, no building, we don't actually need to power up our own RG, just send it naked.
No cannon cart this time from TTG. That is one of the changes they have made. One punch finally gets through from a Giant. Big move, but this RG should get 1 hit. Fireball comes in to take the Skeleton Dragons off the board. Heals are there. Musketeer is played on the side. Big Fireball Tornado value there.
Taking most of the units out and damaging the Giant significantly enough that the Brawler takes him out.
Big lightning too. I mean, one of the joys of watching Talon is that the Tornado and Fireball is split between them. They're not carrying both spells on one player. It's always split, so they're always going to have the elixir for it.
And the RG pushed from the Giant allows 1 more hit. The rage comes for TTG. Is this the timing with the heal spirit?
They've got to make a go of this one. 3, 7, 8 on their tower. There's no fireball this time. There's no elixir for it. It comes in late, but it is still good.
That was also another beautiful fireball. The Brawler keeps everything alive. The Dark Prince does not reach the tower again. 20 seconds left and less than 400 HP left on the top.
Now
Lightning.
100.
And the fireball, tornado, snowball. Talon again.
Dominant.
Taking 2v2.
Dominant performance there. They have not lost the game, I think, since they played Nova. Was it week 1 when
Yeah,
they
week
played
1.
Nova?
Yeah,
week 1,
early.
match 2. They have not lost a 2v2 since week 1.
So this is a big, I would say, revolution for Talon. Their 2v2 is on a different level. And I don't know what happened in between week 1 and 2, but since week 2, and especially starting yesterday, they're bringing something new, and it's working.
Yeah?
It's working really well. And their teamwork is insane.
Yeah, as I said, like the fireball tornado split just gives both players the chance to still play things around. If you give both tools to one person, it can be hard to get that tornado fireball every time because you need 7 elixir for it. But when you split that between 2 players, that's not as harsh. And these RGs just kept getting through. That Giant pushing it forward, allowing it to get that shot there. Putting the Giant in, pushing the RG closer to your tower. That's not a good look, Chico.
It is not a good look. And we thought this Heal Spirit was going to be a massive chance, possibility for TTG to finally reach the tower, maybe with a Prince, maybe with a Dark Prince, but another fireball just strikes into the ground and everything just melts.
I don't think I've ever seen a 2v2 that closed. Like the doors felt shut, sealed, welded up, and nothing was getting through Talon in that game.
That's Tornado.
But this is the thing, like TTG could have bought Tornado and they didn't. It's clear that Talon are doing way more practice in 2v2 than we're giving them credit for, because most of the teams now, they know Tornado is going to get banned, so they don't practice it. You can see that in TTG here. They clearly hadn't prepared for the eventuality that Tornado doesn't get banned.
I think so. I think that's the reason why they don't have it. There's no reason to not bring it when it's so good.
Yeah. We were talking, we kind of just, you know, yesterday we said like, oh, you know, Tornado, it might not even be that good. Apparently it still is that good.
It is, of course. Like Fireball, Tornado Fireball, Tornado Rocket.
But you know, it's a new 2v2 season. Tornado had been changed. We don't really get to see it. It never gets through the bans.
Turns out it's still really good.
Yeah, now it's empirically proven. Okay, 2v2 is done. Set 1 goes to Talon. Now it comes to set 2, King of the Hill, and this is where I think TTG have an advantage. This is where TTG can bring us back to go to that 1v1 section, because I don't think they're going to leave Nomichi on the bench again.
They cannot.
They can't afford to. They really can't. The one time they don't bring him, they lose.
Yeah, and never since. He will always be the player playing the game in King of the Hill, and maybe even for that 1v1. But who do you think is going to come up, actually? In what order? Is Nomichi just the last player again?
I think it's going to be Boss, Famous Kid, Nomichi. I think that's just the route
standard.
they take. Sometimes Famous Kid goes first, but I think Boss is better in that first slot, honestly, because he is still trying to find his feet at this level. The guy is a great, great player, but he's got to find his footing, because he did win the first game he played, but since then, there's only one letter there, and it's not a W. So it is looking kind of rough for Boss. Now is the time he can prove himself. 25% win rate. He beat Mugi, actually, in his first game, but then lost to Yakitori straight after that, then has lost to Hajime and Elsiop. To be fair, losing to Hajime, losing to Elsiop, not exactly terrible performance, is it? Because they're incredibly great players, but all of these players are great. Geralt is coming out in game 1 here for King of the Hill. You know, every time I look at that, it looks like my house on the inside. Just that room, that door, everything is identical. All right, it is going to be Boss for TTG.
Aha!
Daylight creeping through his windows. It has to be, what?
East Coast, morning.
East Coast, 4, 5, 6 o'clock?
No, East Coast, 7 a.m. if it's East Coast.
So you can see, it looks a bit like, this is the thing. This is why him and CRS, especially, I have huge respect for what they're trying to do. The time zone is rough. For Ice Law, it's like, all right, it's like midday. No, earlier than that. But, no, midday. But for Boss and CRS, they're trying to play from the US in an Asian league. That means they have to wake up at the crack of dawn or stay up super late. So the toll that can take on your reflexes, the toll that can take on your mentality, the toll that can take on your decision making, that sleepiness, that tiredness could be playing a factor for these players.
Certainly, right? That comes into play in any kind of sport, any kind of game. Your mental condition for the day and the immediate Hog Rider.
But not many other sports, G-Clef, can say they have players playing against each other across 2 different time zones, a world apart.
That's true. Only in esports.
Okay, so it is going to be Hog, most likely EQ from Geralt here.
And smelling RG again from Boss.
Most likely.
With the log push.
Could be something different. Could be trying to throw someone off the scent, but not so sure that's going to be the case, especially now. But that Heal Spirit actually giving a big heal to that RG, but Fisherman does activate the tower.
Hog not doing as much, but ready with that Inferno.
What a decision from Geralt to bring that. The Inferno Tower, thinking that it was going to be the Royal Giant. Instead of bringing the Bomb Tower that we usually see, or we have seen so much, and I believe the last time Geralt actually played the Hog Rider deck, it was with a Bomb Tower, not the Inferno Tower. So a decision made for his opponent more than anything else. Because Boss does rely a lot on his ladder decks. He has played RG once already this season. This will make it number 2. I believe he played it yesterday too.
And the perfect chance for a fireball can happen for Boss. And this will be his starting line. Good log, pushing everything back, getting some more time.
Fisherman closing that down, but RG getting 2 or 3 big hits in there. Fireball to take out the Skeleton Dragons. Boss is controlling this pretty well, but is taking a bit too much damage every time one of these Hog Riders comes down.
Yeah, he's got to be ready with the Fisherman. And the Fireball can be drawn out from the Musketeer from the left side so that the tower is safe.
And look at that, the Skeletons there to just buy time to just eat up some of that damage from that Inferno Tower. Boss playing like an absolute boss. That RG not distracted by the Inferno Tower in its face, gets a lot of hits, 604, and Boss is in a commanding position against Geralt now.
Yeah, Boss loads up the RG all the way from the back, letting it land. Even that Fireball landing on multiple targets. And the Fisherman, next target is the Hog Rider with King Tower activations. Still gets 1 hit, but still about 900 to go for Geralt.
There's the Fireball that comes in. The Skeletons were there, but they just provided targeting for that Heal Spirit. 1, 2, 8 remain. Boss just needs a spell now. 56. He could sneeze at it, but does go for the fireball. Boss gets a well-earned W against Geralt.
You want to play after realizing that it's Inferno, cycling the fireball for Musketeer, and then back to back with into the Inferno Tower right after, so that this RG can connect, and loading up your skeletons before, making sure your skeletons are connecting, and then right after, so your skeleton dragons are connecting. So everything you can put in front of that RG did work pretty well this time.
It really, really did. That looked very, very tight from Boss. A much tighter game than we've seen all season from him. So getting another W, that has to be a big, big boost for Boss. But we kind of know who he's going to be going up against if he can manage. Like, it's going to be line-up Blizzard. It's going to be.
120%. I think you're right, Simon.
So if it's Blizzard first, cool. If it's Line, it's going to be a bit difficult. No tilt champion.
But Line in the league in CRL, not as great as how he was playing. He's literally performing in a different level.
I was gonna just come up with that. I was gonna say exactly the same thing.
Okay,
he is
you can
not.
repeat.
No, you can go because he is not doing well. You're absolutely right. He's lost to Rain on Nova. He lost to Nuri on timing. He lost to Mugi. The only person he's beaten this season has been Light.
And he's playing a lot of different decks, and that are similar to what he played in No 2, but in a different style. I think he's also learning some style from Blizzard, that as he's also trying lots of custom cards, like putting Bandit in instead of the Knight, or a few like Night Witch, just to pretend like it's more of a bait or a clone deck.
But even Blizzard isn't doing exactly amazing. He's got 1 Orc kill this season against Team Timing, and then 3 losses. So either way, Talon need to do a lot here, and bringing Line in that 2nd place is definitely a chance for them. Line versus Boss. It's going to be an interesting matchup. The last couple of times we've seen Line in this league, he played Royal Giant, he played the Ewiz variant, and he also played the Hunter Fisherman with the Skeleton Dragons.
Had 1 graveyard and 1 with just minor poison.
Yeah, that was interesting. The minor poison one, he lost to Nuri with that deck, and it was an interesting choice.
Yeah, but and you know, he brought a lot more of variety, like Royal Hogs.
But now that tournament is over, maybe, you know, he'll bring that variancy into the league. Maybe he's been trying to hold off a few decks, because that was a big win for him. It was a big statement. I am the best player in the world right now.
Yeah, on the screen it said total game played for Line was 51. It's not just the season.
No.
There's no way, guys.
It's next season. It's next season and last season.
There's no one that played 50 games.
That's next season and last season all put together. I mean, it's a time travel thing. Okay, we're going to get into this one. It is going to be Talon's Line against TTG's Boss. Who's going to take this one? Are we going to see E-Golem?
No, please. Only Geralt gets to E-Golem.
Even then, we don't really like it. All right, Bob Hut probably means it's going to be Graveyard and 3 Musketeers from Boss.
So Royal Hogs.
Most likely, there is still a chance where it's not Royal Hogs.
I did see some 3 Musk and Royal recruits.
It is the Royal Hogs variant.
Yeah, okay. Delivery is a good spell against this sort of a deck.
Everything cleaned up. 1 Barbarian getting more than a handful of hits up there. 4 hits, 1714. What a guy.
Yeah, they sure know how to do lot more than karaoke, man.
Isn't it the goblins that do the karaoke?
Barbarians are actually in there already.
All right, so it is Musketeer played at the back 4 line. Boss is going to have a hard time trying to break through. There's just the Barb Hood is a really good answer to the Hogs. It just lives forever and a day.
And then the Barbarians just slash onto all those Hogs.
Then you have the delivery as well. That really does help because it does so much damage in its drop. The Musketeer is there. I mean, the one thing is 3 Musketeers can make life hard for Lion. But he does have that poison.
And even the Graveyard 3 Musk can be a pretty good defensive tool, but Lion will get that poison value most of the time, unless something goes really wrong.
Musketeer against Musketeer. They're just going to trade off here because no tower interference. Darkness played at the back. Is now the Hog window. It is, but another Barb Hut is there. There's the delivery that we talked about. Heal Spirit jumps into Heal Spirit.
Nice play there by Lion, keeping that heal away from those Hogs.
Using his own heal to bait out another heal is a pretty bold move. Definitely worked out that time.
Yeah, loading 2 on the left because of the tower damage. Seems like Boss wants to focus more on the left. And then a nice golem.
What a prediction there by Lion, knowing the Royal Hogs would come down, but the heal actually does connect this time in 3 on the tower. Damage getting done, but nothing major for Boss. It's kind of not as good as it should have been.
Yeah, a couple hundred, and actually Musketeer did get 2 more shots in top left. So Lion did more damage.
Poison comes down again. That's just going to help delete those 2 Musketeers off the board. The third, going the opposite direction, is going to be tried to be protected by that Ice Golem. Skeleton Dragons are there. Fireball comes in. Big hits, but the Musketeer did manage to get the Dart Prince off the board, and he has another one back in cycle. Barbha played at the back. Now this is a chance for when these Royal Hogs can come down.
Lion's always ready with that poison. You don't see the Royal Hogs, then you know something else is up. Having a good read against when the timing is going to be.
There it is, the delivery comes down. Does he have anything to stop any potential Heal Spirit? He doesn't even need to. The Hogs shut down far too early for a Heal Spirit to even think about it.
Just a couple of hundreds. Maybe less than 200 there, Boss. Trying to push. Minute left. It is triple elixir time. Still a long way to go for Boss.
This is where Boss can run away with this. Triple elixir is where that 9 elixir sink of those 3 Musketeers becomes almost nothing.
Lots of bullets flying in the air, but Lion's keeping it steady. It seems like he just wants to poison this one down, as his win condition is not even needed.
Yeah, he might. Oh yeah, he hasn't played it once at all.
Yeah,
he
can just defend, and the poison has been away from the tower this time because the 3 Musk was loaded all the way top. But now he goes for it. 15 seconds left.
And even though he decides to go with it this late, that is a distraction tool. He's not expecting to defeat this on this push. But wait, these Hogs, they might get through. They might do some damage. Not enough again. 2003 remain, and that is that. Line picks Boss apart. Found the lead, kept the lead. That was phenomenal by Lion.
1 graveyard just for the style.
I think it was more just to confirm what we were all thinking, that it was a graveyard deck, and it wasn't. No. Legitimately, it was there just to distract. It was there to pull Boss's attention away from any kind of gigantic push he could have tried to make. Just pull the attention, divert Boss's resources to that tower. Because if you can keep him that far back, he is never going to be able to get to the tower in the last 15 seconds.
Yeah. And Boss, if he encountered against the Fireball, with the Heal Spirit, he can keep those Musketeers alive. That's what makes the 3 Musketeer deck super powerful. But with the Poison, and with nothing else that he can get the Heal Spirit to, yeah, those 2 Musk are always going to fall if you load it all the way from the back. And along with tower damage every single time.
Yeah, I mean, the Hogs just never really...
And Line
purchase.
actually did like... His units did close to no damage to the tower. It's basically all poison damage until this moment.
So 15 seconds left. As I said, this isn't to win the game. This is just to divert resources. Look how much he spent there already. He spent 6 elixir up on that top to just try and stop that graveyard. That 6 elixir could have been put on the aggressive push. That might have tipped the balance. It might have overwhelmed Line. Smart decision making at the very end just to use that graveyard to keep Boss on his side of the arena. Good play by Line. Boss couldn't really get going in that game.
Yeah, when you have this many fireballs in the meta, you run into poison. When you bring a deck that you can get so much when there's a fireball instead of poison.
I know, it's insane.
It's life.
It really is. Like, the fireball would have been like, all right, cool, fireball.
All right, cool.
Poison.
I take the damage and I can heal it back up.
Yeah, but poison's just yikes. Okay, Boss is out. Expecting. All right, I was gonna say
no
famous kid. It's gonna be Hui.
That's what I was exactly thinking too.
What, you were thinking Hui?
The famous kid. I was expecting famous kid first, and then Boss and Nomitsu.
Well, Boss has done basically what you need of your King of the Hill players, and that is get 1 win and then lose, fine. But that first win is actually really important, because if your team can maintain that, they win the whole King of the Hill. And that, for TTG, would take us to set 3.
Yes, King of the Hill. It's like saying in an FPS, if you do your job, if you just get 1 kill, if everyone just get 1 kill, you never lose. That's basically it. But here, 1 win is good. 2 wins, great. 3 wins, that's amazing. But right now, TTG 1-1, not bad for Hui. And he did play in one of the King of the Hill before.
Yes,
it's not his first time.
I believe he played yesterday. But he has played, historically, he's played quite a few 1v1s and King of the Hills. Don't forget, this guy did take a break, I believe, in 2019, but he is back. He has played with XQuest before. He is now with TTG, teaming up with his former teammate, who is the coach and manager, I believe, of TTG, Granzort.
And Hui did play the Wallbreaker Miner, Bomb Tower 2.9. And that was a win for him. So there must have been another. There's one more with Graveyard 3.8 with the Bar Pot. So nothing out of the ordinary, but Line seems to be keeping his defense ready today.
Well, we'll see what Line has in store for us here as Line in blue for Talon. The bottom of the screen, TTG's Hui in red at the top. It is one
with the mortar or the double bait.
It is with the mortar. Good shout. What's Line got here? Has the knight to prepare to defend Musketeers. Well, that mortar is shut down with no damage done to the tower, but it has forced quite a bit of elixir out of Line's hand to just try and defend here. Does have 1 advantage, a 1 elixir advantage at this point in time. Nothing to write home and shout about. But again, the delivery used against the Skeleton Barrel. The Skeleton Barrel does end up taking that in the trade. The Skeletons will always take the recruits. And now the mortar connects onto the tower. Musketeer against Musketeer. Line has nothing to protect his Musketeer here. So that's going to go down. But Knight gets 2 hits on that right-hand side.
Yeah, still a little bit more from the mortar. That's a whole lot of damage each shot. What else does Line have? I mean, if Line wants to take out all the skeletons, he still takes the damage from, takes the death damage from the skeleton barrel. So he's sort of caught. There's nowhere else to go because he's brought that delivery instead of anything else.
But that's kind of what you need. The barb hut here is gonna distract. All right, does take quite a bit of damage on that hut. For 7 elixir, he's only gonna get another 2 spawns out of that, I think.
I think he's thinking about poison. He was thinking about poison, but it's already too late.
Graveyard should be coming soon. Not even 2 spawns because of the mortar hit. 1 spawn in the death barbs. There's the poison into the tower. Fireball comes down to just delete that Musketeer's HP. Now is he going to be able to get to the tower? Is he going to be able to find a window to use that graveyard? Heal Spirit comes in late, doesn't heal that Skeleton Dragon up.
Not the best timing there. As one was already down that barrel. Delivery is ready from the skeleton, but still take the death damage. That's something that Lioness was willing to take as he started his own poison cycle too.
Could that have been a window, a wasted window for Lion? Maybe he could have used that Royal Recruit to use the graveyard. Chooses not to, but he's going to struggle as this game goes on to try and find it. He has been picked apart on that left-hand side.
Good pressure from Owie, keeping that heal spirit away, so no damage. Make sure the Musketeer goes down after the fireball.
I mean, one of the problems of bringing Skeleton Dragons with this graveyard deck is that you do only have the Knight really to be the tank on that graveyard. You have nothing else. The Royal Recruit, sure, that can do it. The Barbs, sure. But you need that big body. The Knight is that body, but you're using that to distract the mortars. It's a real tough matchup for Lion at this point in time. Poison comes down.
Yeah, with the log, it goes down locked onto the tower already from that mortar. 3 digits, 974. Ooh. 2 more hits directly into the hut. Not going too well for Lion in this game. Down to the final minute.
It is not. This is an incredibly difficult matchup, I believe, for Lion. But now we're in triple elixir time. Can he do something here? Graveyard finally comes down, but does have to deal with a Goblin Gang. The Heal Spirit is going to try and heal up the Knight. It's not going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, the Spear Goblin's taking those skeletons out. It's hard. And Hoey turns on a defensive mode, says, okay, I'm going to defend for the next 30 seconds and win the game.
But this poison, that might actually turn the tide.
Good spawn.
Yeah, now Huyi is in the back foot. He has to defend. He has to go aggressive. He has to do everything he can to try and bridge this gap. There's 200 difference between both of them. Oh, the Royal Recruit didn't stop the mortar. That mortar is very healthy. It's connecting into the tower. The Musketeer comes in, and I think it's too little too late.
Yeah, with the
Huyi's going to finish it. Huyi almost dropped that there. It almost fell. That mortar connection was big.
As Hoey was cleaning up his own, already locked and loaded with that next mortar, Lion did spend a lot into that attack, saying, okay, if I don't try anything here, I'm going to lose the game anyhow, so let's just go with the graveyard, just poison on top, make sure those green creatures are just gone from the field. It was just not enough when you do not have like a big baby dragon spotting those arrows.
Yeah, I think that was one of Lion's issues with that deck in that matchup, is that he couldn't really find the body to tank up for that graveyard. Could he have gone naked graveyard a bit more often?
Yeah, but that's the structure with the delivery poison. It's always a skeleton dragon, but there's another without the heal spirit, but with just the skeleton, but quicker in cycle. But it was tough because there were lots of distraction cards from Hoey, and on top, like delivery is a good defensive tool against the barrel, but like the Musketeer, Knight, and basically Recruit from the delivery, single target damage. And when there are this many distractions, it's really hard to poison down everything.
Just think, if that Recruit had dropped a little bit quicker, it would have distracted that mortar, and I think Line would have had it. So Huyi taking game 3. That was incredibly close down to the wire between the two of them.
Yeah, the motorcycle really... it's... Once you get to that minute, final minute, oh no, you're not going to be playing a great Clash Royale game.
You're going to have to defend.
When your opponent is playing the deck.
You're going to have to put in every body you can between the tower and the mortar.
Yeah, tower and the mortar, and when you want to target the mortar, those spears are coming. There are things in the air going towards your tower. I mean...
A lot of games are coming down to this triple elixir period. It's coming down to
we're having a lot of long games
minutes
today. Long games. And when the players are gone, when Geralt is gone, Line is gone, it is time for Blizzard to step in.
He has been a savior for the Talon team, getting W's when he needs to, basically taking out team timing. As you said though, that was a very important match against team timing. That was pride of like the Korean teams, who's going to be the best. But he hasn't done much else since. He lost to Yuya since then. He lost to Mugi, and then lost to Mugi 0-2 in 1v1. But let's be real, G-Clef.
Like, Mugi never lost.
Yeah, exactly. Mugi's on an absolute tear right now. So Blizzard has a chance to redeem himself here against Huyi in this King of the Hill. Is he going to be able to make it 4 wins and 3 losses, or is he going to go 4 losses, 3 wins? He needs to win this to keep his team in the match. If he wins this, they can close it out in the King of the Hill.
Yes, if Blizzard wins 2, then it will be a 2-0 victory for Talon. But he's got to go through Huyi first. And then whoever's last for TTG.
No, Amisa. I'd guess. What
is it? What is it going to be from Blizzard? He was practicing lots of Royal Hogs.
Again, with just the Skeleton Dragon and the Barbarian Battle, it could be anything. Dark Goblin.
And recruits from Huyi.
So is it going to be the Recruits Balloon deck that's been knocking around?
Or Recruits Royal Hog.
Could surprise us and put out Recruits Graveyard, because why not? I'll tell you why not, G-Club. It doesn't work.
Or Recruits Battle Ram.
Hogs come down from Blizzard.
Yeah, Blizzard was practicing a lot of Royal Hogs.
And the fact that you know this means that TTG already knew this.
Hey, I do a lot of studies too, okay? And with what else though? Yeah, with the Lumberjack Fisherman, it seems like the Balloon is our candidate here. With the Heal Spirit Snowball, the perfect spell for Balloon.
Fisherman is going to get 1 slap into the tower. But also that Barb is not going to get anything. These Hogs come down as the Musketeer is completely in a world of her own on that left-hand side.
Yes, that's what Blizzard wanted. If the Snowball is used defensively, then it might not be the time for the Balloon. So just killing that timing is
even in that exchange, Blizzard took too much damage from the Musketeer. 1441 on that tower now.
Yeah, before that, the Recruits did a lot of damage to it too. 1 more. And the snaps continue. 110 each time.
Coming down, that's going to start going down the left-hand side. First 2 go down the right because they were distracted. 3 Musketeers in the back for Blizzard. So this deck is going to get more potent as time goes on for Blizzard, but will he be able to live that long?
Recruits will be the problem. Let's see how the Heal Spirit connects. Always a key in lots of matchups.
I'm sure Boss is somewhere going, oh, come on, man. He uses the 3 Musketeers, he uses the Royal Recruits, and there's no poison against them. That's just not fair.
He's got Snowball, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the perfect matchup for Blizzard now that we're in this double elixir time. Heading towards that triple elixir, he might be able to start breaking through.
Hogs are breaking
big
through.
Hogs. The Hill Spirit comes in as well. That's going to be a big hill. The Skeleton Dragons as well. 5, 8, 7. As you said, Blizzard's deck gets more lethal as time goes on.
But the Musketeer deals a whole lot of damage on the bottom left. Here comes the balloon finally, but with nothing else paired up to it, just the death damage. And Blizzard loads up his own Hogs immediately. He wants to finish the game right here.
I think he's done it. I think he's going to do it. There you have it. Blizzard takes game 4 against Huyi.
Ooh. Was also a close game. And it came down to just a couple hundred there. As the death damage connect, I think Huyi wanted to push it with maybe potentially one more timing with that balloon. I think it was nearly with an extra death damage from the balloon. Less than 300.
Yep. It was Huyi played that very well for the longest of times. But that double elixir, like that switch turned on. As soon as it was overtime, something clicked inside Blizzard. He was like, all right, I'm going to wreck this fool. 2 Musketeers in the back, 2 Skeleton Dragons. Even the Snowball there trying to help, but doesn't really get much done. The Dark Goblin doing what Dark Goblin's doing. That's just kill, kill, kill. And, I mean, what can you even do here? The Hogs are on the tower. There's a Heal Spirit there. You only have Skeleton Dragons. I mean, Huyi couldn't handle that pressure,
No building, no fireball.
No poison.
The Snowball's okay, but against what Blizzard had, especially also because of Dark Goblin, it makes a lot of miserable situations where the Dark Goblin survives forever. And it's hitting on like 10 different targets and you just can't kill it because all you have is a Snowball.
Yeah, and it is going to be Nuamisa, the undefeated member of TTG in 1v1s.
Can he do it?
Can he continue that W streak even longer? Because if he wins this, he will have to take us to a set 3. Obviously, another player could take that spot. It could be Boss, it could be Famous Kid, it could be Huyi. All of TTG right now are doing 1v1s. They're just getting that game time in. But it is going to be Blizzard versus Nuamisa.
So getting his final deck ready so that Talon has a chance to take the final game and the match, as they had solid 2v2, just 2-0. It's an incredible 2v2 game, but I feel like they really want to finish it right now.
Talon, they need to, because I don't think they'll be able to take Nuamisa in a set if it is him.
We're basically
assuming it is, because they need this victory. They need this victory today. Nuamisa, the last few times he has played, Graveyard, Royal Hogs, Graveyard, Golem. He beat Jack with the Golem basic deck with the Goblin Cage, the NATO Lightning.
Yeah, the ice.
And then he went on to beat Expo Master with the Graveyard, with the Goblin Cage. Then he went on to beat Expo Master again with the Royal Hogs. And then he went on to beat Expo Master again with Graveyards. The guy doesn't lose. And before that, it was Balloon Royal Recruits, Graveyard E-Wiz. I mean, the guy is on fire this season.
But what we have just seen from Blizzard,
I feel like
good combination deck. It's not too common that it's like Blizzard's own. Like, he's back to his own era where he was playing recruits alone in the world.
The one thing I will say is I feel like if it was Nuamisa, he would have capitalized on a few more of Blizzard's early game misgivings. Like, I think there would have been a switch. Again, somebody needs to tell Talon to stop letting your deck show. Luckily, I don't think the players get to see this feed while they're playing.
Of course not, yeah.
if they did, that would be cheating. That is why their room is set up in a very specific way, with specific cameras everywhere, so they can't see that kind of stuff. And I mean, obviously, he's not going to be looking at it, is he? Because, you know,
he's on the stage.
He's on the stage.
he's got his own device. That's it.
All right, so it is going to be Blizzard versus Nuamisa. Blizzard in red at the bottom, a chance. This is actually his match point. Nuamisa has the chance to take us to a set 3. Let's see how this one goes.
So far, what are you feeling with those two? Just Graveyard?
I think Graveyard from Nuamisa here. Now that I see a Knight, Skeleton Dragon, Heal Spirit, I think it could be RG.
Oh, that slash didn't connect.
Nope, now it's definitely Graveyard from both, I believe. Ice Wiz in the back.
Yeah, Ice 3.5 from Nuamisa. And Blizzard, yeah, with the bar pot 3.9, maybe even with the delivery.
Could be. Musketeer played deep in the back.
Let's see what the spell choices are going to be with the Heal Spirit.
Poison for Nuamisa. Blizzard, I'm going to assume it's going to be Poison as well.
Hey, I'm having a weird feeling that he's hiding something.
Who?
Blizzard.
No. What's he going to be hiding?
I don't know.
Fireball?
A brand new spell that no one knows.
EQ. Mirror clone. Okay, here comes the Knight. Defensive poison from Blizzard. Still taking quite a few skeleton hits, actually down under 2,000. Decent skeleton for Nuamisa. Decent Graveyard.
Yeah, with that Knight just locking 100% onto the Princess Tower. Yeah, Blizzard says, okay. Not bad, as he's got some damage on the top left. Not too far away.
Tornado for Nuamisa is the final card. As we see, just kind of incoming Graveyard from Blizzard. What else does he have here? He's not going to go for the offensive Graveyard. He's going to say, the offensive Poison. He's going to save that for his own deck. His own defense against Nuamisa's.
Yeah, keeps it about even. 20-49, 20-40 on top. Ooh, that Musketeer does get the lock. Two shots. That hurts a lot when we talk Graveyard matchup.
Okay, Graveyard is in from Nuamisa. Lucky. Well, actually, not lucky. Well played by Blizzard to put the Barb Hut that deep in that back pocket. Because that really does help that defense.
And the second that comes through after that poison says, okay, the poison's out. It's time for me to have the Graveyard. Or does he not want to lock it yet as he's loading the Skeleton Dragons? Max Elixir.
It's going to come in now, maybe. No, poison comes down from Blizzard just to try and poison away the Ice Wiz. He's eventually going to go down.
Yeah, the number of troops that Blizzard has been putting out with double bar put. The pressure is insane.
It just slows down everything so much. Knight comes in on the back, into the side. There is the delivery, played very high. Doesn't get the knockback anymore. That really would have helped right there, actually, if it did have the knockback. But the Heal Spirit says, I don't care how much damage you've taken. I'm going to heal everything else back up.
8 Barbarians. Just marching towards it. And this Graveyard. And even an offensive poison from Blizzard.
Yeah, realizing he doesn't really need it anymore when he's playing these Barb Huts so deep in the south of this map. Because he just has so many units to defend.
Yeah, all the barbs. They're doing all the work. He doesn't even need the Musketeer.
But I mean, this time he does take quite a lot of damage, but Blizzard can just load up on his own. He's up there. He's put down the offensive poison. There's 30 seconds left of triple elixir time. I don't know if he can do it. I don't know if Nuamisa can hold on. 6:33 remaining. Poison's come in. Another graveyard is down. Barbs are over the bridge. Is it going to be enough? And Poison comes down. The aggressive Poison from Blizzard. It looks as though Nuamisa might actually fall here, and Blizzard will complete a victory for Talon. And he does. Nuamisa falls. Blizzard again closing out for Talon. 2-0 on the day. Talon take the 2v2 2-0. Then they take this 3-2. It couldn't get any closer than that, G-Cliff.
Oh yes, lots of close mirror matchups today, and Nuamisa's streak does fall. But Blizzard stepping up when Talon is in trouble.
When they need him, he is there.
He needs to be there all the time. Line, Geralt.
Line, finally his form is coming back for this league, but Blizzard, I mean, this guy, everyone seems to forget that he was originally Dandelion, who played phenomenally for the longest of times. And I mean, this was just, it was a battle of attrition. It was just so back and forth, finding a window to just break Nuamisa. And he did it. The graveyards finally start flowing in.
Yeah, with the power pot, the pressure was basically unreal. At one point, there were 9 barbarians on the field. And Nuamisa he had to use the tornado. There was no way that he let that many barbarians get across the field and go towards the tower, so that was a pull. And there were a few more, but which didn't really power up with the Baby Dragon plus the Ice Wizard.
And Line gets the MVP, 3 crowns, 3 wins.
Yeah, with the help from the 2v2 victory too.
That includes 2v2. Don't panic. We do know how to count, generally.
Just usually.
Usually.
Oftentimes we do get it wrong, especially when it comes to numbers.
That's the hardest part, man.
I know.
Math is hard.
Counting papers.
It has been an absolutely phenomenal day today. We had basically Hajime getting another all kill against Kix. Kix did end up winning that game, though, because they won the 2v2 and the 1v1. Benzer did eventually close it out and get revenge against Hajime. Then in game 2, Nova falling to Ponos. Mugi now 9-0 in a row. This season 9-2? No. 11-2. 12-2. Something like that. This is what we said. Numbers are hard. Kids stay in school and do math. It's really important. And then Talon did eventually beat TTG. It was touch and go in a couple of those games for Talon, but they did manage to complete it. Gerald's season continues in that fashion that he generally has, where it's like, I'll win 1, I'll lose 3, then I'll win 2, and I'll lose 2, and then I'll win 4, and I won't lose at all. Like, it's predictable at this point, his season, the way his season goes.
It's actually really weird now that the Korean teams, their strength really relied on 1v1, and everyone in the community were just saying they just have to get their 2v2 right. It's never strong enough against all the other region team. Now, they have the 2v2 down, and 1v1 Blizzard's got it today, but it's shaky. It's shaky. Maybe it's because it comes from their small roster compared to the other teams, but they do have the 2-0 victory, but still feels very shaky on somewhat of an uncomfortable win, even if you have a win.
But here's the thing, if they do make it to the playoffs, 1v1 becomes exponentially more important.
Best of 5.
Best of 5, it's going to be 3 1v1s. That's where it counts. That's why you're trying to warm up and get your 1v1 players boosted. Okay, looking at the results, Ponos now sitting pretty at the top of 4-1. Nova 3-2, Talon 3-2, Timing 3-2, TTG 2-2, they've only played 4. Kix 2-2, they've only played 4. Fav 1-3, they've only played 4. And WEDGM sitting at the very bottom of the table, 0-4. There is light for Kicks. There is light for TTG. They are upcoming teams. They look as though their performances are going to start warranting more victories. Next week's match is WEDGM versus TTG.
China versus China.
China versus China. Then Fav Gaming versus Ponos.
Japan versus Japan.
And then Kicks versus Team Timing International versus Korean. It's gonna be a hell of a week, guys. Don't go anywhere. September 5th.
Fav versus Ponos?
It's gonna be nuts right now.
Hajime versus Mookie?
And then on the 6th, it's gonna be Talent versus WEDGM, Nova versus Fav, and TTG versus Kicks. It's gonna be one hell of a week.
Yeah, next week's matchup's gonna be even better. I'm glad we have double round robin, so we get to see
all these again
in a different meta, and how well they do in a different meta too. And that's coming very soon.
We think.
When is the patch coming? I don't know.
I think they said tomorrow.
Okay.
I can't remember. I did read it. I think the update is tomorrow, but I don't know when the balance update is.
Yeah, the balance update comes like the day after usually, right?
Well, what date is it today?
The 30th.
There's 31 days in August, so it'll be next week. So we have one more weekend of this balance patch. 100% guarantee, unless they change their minds.
Let's see. Let's see what happens, because who knows? It's gonna be a big update, and I hope the balance. We're having a crazy meta with lots of decks. Maybe Heal Spirit might be falling out of favor in the future.
So, because I can't stand hearing its noise anymore. But guys, it has been a day. The matches today have been unreal. There have been some quality games. There have been some clown car games, let's say, where we had 3 crowns and we had 3 towers down in a minute or so. But we will be back next week, guys. Same time as always. You'll see you next time.